So Trustee Kirby Gonzalez? Here. President Pizzotti?
Here.
Alvaro, Clerk Venegas?
Present.
Trustee Barnes? We are all here making announcements of items we discussed in closed session. So E1, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, Relief. E2, Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, WSTA, CSEA, and Management. I'm going to move on to item number D. Are there any public comments regarding closed session items at this time?
There were no public comments received.
If not, we will adjourn into closed session and reconvene at approximately 6:30 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know what's going on and why that's working, but backup plan.
little bit.
Recording in progress.
Hi, Josh. I see your hand raised. Can I help you?
Oh, I'm sorry. That was an accident.
Oh, okay. No worries. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Okay, welcome to the regularly scheduled board meeting for Washington Unified School District, October 28th, 2021. It is now 6:37 p.m. We will go to announcement of items discussed in closed session. E1 Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. Information received. E2 Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with labor negotiators, WSTA, CSEA, and management. Information received and direction given. We are gonna go to the Pledge of the Allegiance right now, and then we will do the roll call. Monique Stovall, can I have you lead us in the pledge? To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, we'll start with roll call. Vice President Wong.
Here.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Present.
Clerk Venegas.
Present.
And Trustee Barnes. No, I can't.
You're also muted.
In progress.
Ah, wait,
Unmute your.
I have to be unmuted, but then doesn't it create
I got you
feedback?
Oh,
I got you now.
So can you hear me? Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so weird. I'm trying, okay. I thought,
Nope, now I can't. Oh, now you've been muted. You put yourself on mute. Okay.
I think you're fine.
Okay. All right. Let's go to approval of the agenda. Does anybody wish to remove an item from the agenda? Seeing and hearing none, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I know.
Moved by Vice President Wong, second by Clerk Venegas. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
aye.
Vice President Wong,
Aye.
Clerk Venegas,
Aye.
Trustee Barnes. And I too vote aye. Okay. Let's move on to communications and celebrations. J1, school report. Southport Elementary, principals Jake Gavette and Jake Gavette. Is he here?
Good evening. Can you guys hear me? Good evening, Superintendent Hildreth, President Pizzotti, and Board of Trustees and Cabinet. It is an honor for Principal Saka and myself to be able to present tonight, along with our team, on our wonderful Southport Elementary School. Tonight, you'll be hearing from myself, Ms. Saka, Mr. Rosenberg, who will be going over our PBIS, and Deanna Wasserman, who will be going over our guided reading. Mr. Ossett was going to be here tonight, but she currently is coaching our volleyball team in the playoffs. So she will not be here. Next slide, please. Last year, we took time as a Southport school staff, along with Dr. Payne, one of our English teachers, to really go over our Southport mission. And so through a collaborative and equitable community, we will foster curiosity and critical thinking in Southport's diverse student body. Our students are supported, successful, and capable of contributing to the greater society. So at Southport, we are working with our students to make sure that they understand our school mission statement, as well as throughout TK through 8th grade, how we will work with them to make sure that once they leave Southport, they will have the necessary tools and skills in order to be successful in high school. Next slide, please. Ms. Saka?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Gavette. So, along with our student Southport mission, we want to support our team and our teachers. And so it was a great opportunity to come back on campus this year and just greet our staff and have fun and reconnect and get to know where all our new staff members were. So we definitely took advantage of the fact that we were able to enjoy each other's company and learn at the same time. So we've used our staff meetings and our site PLT times to come together to encourage and recharge and really learn how we're going to approach teaching the various needs of our students that are unique to this experience.
Next slide, please. At this time, Mr. Rosenberg, who is on the line, is going to go over our PBIS approach as our PBIS teacher leader.
Hello, everybody. I got to tell you, those little ducks that they gave us, that was no joke. That was no joke. That was very difficult. All right, so yeah, we are excited with all the things that are happening with PBIS. I will say, this is our first year of like full implementation. So a lot of this stuff is really just a work in progress. We did our first PBIS kickoff event, and tying it in with the Olympics theme, we did a field day and geared all the activities around team building and so forth. But the kids really got into it. Everyone from the little TKs and kinders all the way up through the Too Cool for School 8th graders. And so that was a great day. We had this idea to copy what some of the other schools had done. And it took us a while to come up with, something like the Raiders Rise. You'd think we would have come up with ducks right away, but it actually took quite a long time before we finally settled on ducks. But we decided to have the students come up with the artwork for that poster. All right, next slide, please. So this just sort of shows where we are. Every meeting, we kind of go back to this roadmap to see where we are. We just went through teaching behavior, and then we came back and said, okay, so we've taught the behavior, what behaviors are working, what isn't working, And I'm sure this is happening all throughout the district, but we're having some issues with our bathrooms. And so instead of just, coming up with a policy and saying, this is what we're going to do, we put it to the whole staff, including classified, and we all just sort of put our brains together to come up with as many ideas as we could to see what we could do moving forward and what we can control to better that situation. Next slide. And so we've been really working with the teach, model, practice, reward philosophy, and it's not something that is necessarily always easy, or something that you want to take time out of the day to do, but it's definitely something that if we continue to follow through and teach, model, practice, and reward the behaviors that we want, we won't be focusing so much time on the behaviors that we don't want. We did, like I said, the school-wide poster, but we've also had in several classes the individual students or groups of students producing their own posters, their own declarations of what they believe being a Southport Duck is all about. We brought back the Duck Bucks, and it's been a huge success so far. So much so that when the Duck Buck store opened, it was creating massive lines because so many of the kids wanted to get back to the Duck Buck store. So that's been a big success. And then we've been tying into what leadership is doing and tying into what AVID is doing. We're going to bring back the College and Career Wednesdays, but we wanted to ratchet it up a bit and not just have it be wearing my ASU clothing, but something that met our AVID school-wide goals. So the PBIS team is working with the AVID team to come up with conversation topics and resources for teachers, so that when we get to that last Wednesday, every Wednesday we wear the gear, but the last Wednesday of the month, we have a very focused conversation with the students. I start off with just a virtual tour of my campus. And, you think that these students know what a college campus is and what it's all about, and you find that's not the case. They don't honestly 100% know what college even is in terms of what it really is. They have kind of like a fuzzy idea, but as I took them through, it was amazing to see their reactions. And so we're going to be doing that and rolling that out. And next slide. And that's it for me.
Thanks, Mr. Rosenberg. So we have at WSD, I think we have an amazing social emotional support team across our district. But at our Southport site, we definitely are very fortunate to have Miss Dana Nielsen, who has supported many of her team members district-wide, but has also been there as needs come up at our site. So this year, as we can all imagine, coming back has been very difficult for our students, especially some of our kiddos who haven't been on campus at all for a year. But we hit the ground running. And so for middle school this year, we've had presentations for students by need, things that teachers are sharing. So emotional regulation has been one of those, reactions to things that are happening, being on campus, just taking deep breaths, saying no to drugs, healthy relationships, how to engage. And that also goes into cyberbullying and online safety, and how to connect with people, and even just teachers themselves, or how to reach out for support. Suicide awareness and prevention is also something that is addressed, and digital citizenship, like I said earlier, healthy relationships as part of that, but also being responsible in how you use social media and just tools in class to learn. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we work with Victor Services, and they come onto campus and provide small group support as well, alongside with our social worker. And some of the topics that are discussed with middle school and our younger grades are understanding grief and loss, especially at our middle school level. We have 7 participants in that group right now, LGBTQIA+ group. Again, that's focused more towards our middle school students, but of course, as we see the need in other grade levels, support is provided as well. Friendship groups are always good. Teamwork is always encouraged, and girls and boys empowerment groups. Currently, there are 9 classes that have been completed, and they're 8-week courses. So more classes will continue. Next slide, please. Thank you. The support isn't just for our students, it's also for our staff. And we have a dedicated staff at Southport, even before this school year, you know, during virtual learning and then hybrid, we had a yard staff and office staff that was there all year with us, supporting us as students were coming on campus or families were reaching out, asking for additional support. Our librarian was doing home visits as well, like very dedicated staff. So this year, Dana has taken the lead and worked with Ashley Ayala to provide additional support for our support staff on how to address the needs of our students now that they're in person, learning at school, interacting with each other. We have second graders who weren't on campus at all since they had been in kindergarten, because for one reason or another, they stayed virtual last year when we came back for hybrid learning. So that definitely has taken a toll in learning how to line up when the bell rings or yard staff member addresses you, how to respond and how to walk to your class or how to eat outside, which was new. You know, if we never ate outside before, that was a new process, but different needs, different student reactions. So providing the support for our staff has been very crucial to helping us move forward and meeting the needs of our students. So our yard duties, paraeducators, and other support staff have been part of this training, and we've had great reviews. We have seen the positive impact this has had on adults and students. Thank you. Next slide. Along with that support for our adults, a newsletter also goes out through our Catapult messaging once a month to provide resources for families and how to interact with their students and how to address difficult topics. And several families have approached us and appreciated that information because sometimes it's very difficult to talk with your children about things that are scary, especially at different ages, and what their needs are and what they're comfortable with addressing. So at this point, we've had one-on-one intervention with 61 students, TK through 8th grade. And so far, there have been 104 social worker check-ins. So we are very proud of the support that has been provided through our team. So yeah, thank you. Next slide, please.
Southport has been fortunate enough to receive additional outreach support this year, all to the work that is dedicated by our Board of Education as well as our district leadership, with our vision of making sure that we're supporting all students. So this year, starting in September, Southport has had a full-time outreach specialist 5 days a week, where before we only had one that was split between 50% our school and 50% another school. So just with having a full-time outreach specialist, we have seen the benefits so far in the short time that we have had Ms. Kritika Raj on our campus since September. And so when we look at outreach, it's just not attendance. Outreach is, you know, everything that happens at school, figuring out ways that we can connect with kids and families to support them, not just at school, but also while they're out at home and in the community. So since September, when we had a full-time outreach, we've done 6 home visits. We've made 205 contacts, either bringing parents in, talking with them on the phone, email, student check-ins, providing that in-class support. So our outreach specialists will go into the classroom and work with students either on a daily or weekly basis to make sure that they're supported inside the classroom as well as outside the classroom. We've held 5 START conferences with families. And then through our work with Miss Raj, she does one-on-one check-ins, either in the morning, she'll meet kids at recess time and interact with them out at recess, where we talk about attendance, behavior, really that relationship building. So if we have two students that just really need to make that connection, she'll work with those students throughout the day, meeting them where they are outside and really doing that that social emotional as well as that outreach support piece. We started a new program kind of tailored by River City High School's Student of Promise program. So once a month, we'll be working with our students that are Tier 3, teacher recommendations, foster youth that are homeless, and really making that connection with them to make sure that they get the supports they need throughout their time at Southport. And then we realized through our outreach specialists that we needed to start what we call a breakfast club. So seeing that we started to have some behaviors that happened just because maybe kids were not getting you know, the right breakfast at the start. So we started identifying students that really needed time right in the start of their day for a check-in, as well as to make sure that they had the nutritional breakfast at the start of school to be able to make sure that they can complete their day successfully. So we started and implemented what we call a breakfast club, where she works with you know, 5 or so students every day to make sure that they are getting right off on the right track when the school day starts. Next slide, please. Ms. Wasserman is now going to go over our guided reading.
Hello, everyone. My name is Deanna Wasserman. I've worn many different hats at Southport. This year I am teaching 2nd grade. And I am finding this year that the diverse needs of students is great. And so guided reading has really, for me personally, has been really important. Of course, there's a lot of statistics that say, you know, guided reading helps with comprehension and vocabulary and fluency and all of that. But one of the things I'm really finding this year, kind of as we've been talking about a lot of SEL, it has also been very beneficial for my social emotional needs of my students. That 20 minutes that I have them at my back table is precious time where I'm able to individually work with each student and meet their needs, help them, you know, with all those targeted skills for whatever reason last year, whether it was virtual learning or whatever the situation was that created these little gaps of learning, it's allowing me to work with them. And I know that my colleagues are saying the same thing. Next slide, please. Next slide. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see, next slide. Oh, I don't know where it went. Well, I will just go ahead and say that the fast facts about our teachers is that we have had in the pre-COVID, 13 of our teachers actually attend the full READS program. Oh, there it is. And all of our teachers have received TK through 3rd have received at least some guided reading training in our after school trainings that we were doing. So I was kind of touching base with all of my colleagues to say, like, where are we at this year for guided reading? And the number one thing I hear is that teachers are working very hard at building routines that support that small group learning. As we've talked about earlier in the presentation, for our, especially our 2nd graders, our 1st graders, some of these students have never been into a full day of school. And so just teaching them those routines and how to navigate that time has been kind of our focus. Grade levels are also working together to kind of identify those areas that have the most need for our students. And many of our teachers are already utilizing those small group guided reading strategies to help meet those needs of the students and to differentiate that instruction. And I am definitely excited to be back at it and back with my students. And I look forward to our, as we continue to grow. And that's all.
Next slide, please. So along with guided reading, AVID is a big part of the core at Southport. One of the big features is that we have 3 full sections of AVID, has had AVID since 2010. And that we have expanded our AVID program and methodologies to incorporate our elementary school grades 2nd through 5th since 2018. And this year, in our partnership with our PTO and our home run mini grant, we are now taking that all the way down to TK and really promoting that college and career atmosphere several ways at Southport. One is our college teacher Wednesdays. Our students in the next couple of weeks will be making college or career pennants, as well as our teachers will have college profiles or career profiles posted in their room somewhere, just to promote that next phase in students' lives. As an 8th grader, one of our culminating activities in AVID, as well as all of our 8th graders, will be the Game of Life, where they will get a checkbook and a set of money and be able to go through 6 or 8 stations about what it is to how to manage money and do all of that. And then at the end, they will get a prize. And so working in conjunction with our home run mini grant, that is something that we're going to start at Southport. We'll have various door decorating contests, as well as all of our students will participate in mini lessons on college literacy. And when possible, our AVID students will visit some Northern California universities a year. And so right now our AVID team is looking at how we can do that virtually. Some schools definitely have virtual options now to where our students can look at virtual colleges and go through that same process just virtually. Next slide, please. So the goal of AVID is to facilitate college going culture using the Wicker model, writing, inquiry, organization, collaboration, and reading strategies school-wide. So really what we're going to be getting back to this year is where our middle school students will now go down into our elementary school grades and facilitate that AVID college going and career going culture in our lower grades, and to provide them opportunities. So when they get to middle school, they already have a concept of what AVID is. So we can just keep building upon their necessary skills. And so next slide, please. You will see that they have a binder reminder inspection and our AVID Wicker wall where we just go over all things AVID. Next slide, please.
And so now we're going to share some data, and it's very preliminary data taken from iReady, which is one tool that is now being used to gather information on how to best meet the needs of our students in reading and math. This data is from mid-August, when the first diagnostic was given for our 1st through 8th grade students. Mr. Guyvet and I will be talking about our specific grade levels that we oversee. So at the start of the year, as our team has shared, there are various needs now with this very unique experience. But in 1st grade, we had 39 students showing that they were performing at a grade level or below. 4 students in reading anyways, 2 grade levels or below. And so there was a vast difference of needs And that's just for reading. And then in math, we had 42 students who were at least a grade level below, on top of learning how to be at school for a full day and interact with their classmates and keep a mask on. And, but our teachers are amazing. And like Mrs. Wasserman shared, routines are very important. And that's what time has been spent on at the beginning of the year. Next slide, please. So here's a snapshot for second grade in August, mid-August. We had 39 students who were a year below grade level expectations, but we also had 18 students who were at early grade level or above, mid or above. So that was also great to see, given the year they had for first grade. It was great to see that some of our students were able to master some of those standards. And it's a true collaboration, families and teachers and support all around to make sure that that was possible. And then in math, we had several students who were also very successful in meeting those standards. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I'm looking at my screen. So I think I gave you the wrong numbers there for second grade. So in third grade, last year's second graders, so beginning of August here, you can see that we had more students in reading who were doing pretty well. And then we have some students who need some additional support there. Math seems to be the area in third grade where we would need to provide some additional support. Next slide, please. And then in fourth grade, we had 72 of our 73 students take this diagnostic, and a good number of them were a year below grade level. But again, we had several students who were already mastering those standards in mid-August for where they were supposed to be. Next slide, please.
So in fifth grade is where we transition from Misaka to myself. And so starting in fifth grade, we're really looking at process of working with our two teachers. We are looking at how we can identify specific strategies and areas that our students might be struggling in, and looking at the whole picture, not just one specific subcategory. And so really looking at our students that are at 2 or 3 grade levels below, and what specific interventions and supports do they really need, that we can maybe look at personalizing some of their instruction to get them to move grade level bands in different ways throughout the school year, as well as looking at our students that are mid or grade level or above grade level, and how we can really look at accelerating their learning to continue that process. Next slide, please. In middle school, we're looking at reading and math, but we're also looking at how we can incorporate looking at these iReady scores across, not just in reading and math and English and language arts, but we're looking at how we can provide opportunities to look at how we can support in history or science. All of our teachers are working together, and it's just not an English or math responsibility to get our students grade level or moving towards grade level with regards to iReady or just different means of assessments. And so we're really in the middle school looking at how we can provide that individualized approach, either in our on math lab courses or enrichment courses, as well as our AVID courses. Next slide, please. And then this is just our data for 7th grade, where you can see that we have only about 30 students who are at 2 or low grade level. But we do have this giant gain of roughly about 36 students that are at grade level or above. And we're really proud of that, and we're going to continue accelerating them. And next slide, please. And then our 8th grade, we're really focusing on what skills and concepts do they really need to learn in order for them to be prepared for high school. So we're looking at these iReady scores to provide personalized opportunities for them in either a math lab or enrichment, as well as starting the conversation with our high school partners to make sure that we can identify specific skills or concepts for students that they need once they get to high school, so we can start that process of introducing those concepts. Next slide, please.
Yeah, so along with like what Mr. Guyvet was saying, we really want to see what those needs are that snapshot of data is showing us. And iReady does give us very specific data to support students, which is great. But along with that, we also are very fortunate to have an intervention specialist, at least part-time, and then at Southport. And then we also have one of our middle school teachers supporting with push and support at the primary grade levels this year. So Ms. Molly Frey has been meeting students and using the data from iReady and our MTSS data from last year, where teachers had identified students who would need that additional support at the start of this year. And so what she did was she started a meeting with teachers, assessing students using the BPST as a phonics assessment. And then from there, determining which students were still a year or more behind. And those were the students we targeted first. So this slide here gives you a snapshot of how she's working with those students. So right now she's providing services for 30 students. First grade, 11 students are working with her. Second grade, there are 12 students, and in third grade, 7 students. She's using guided reading, as Mrs. Wasserman shared. That's something that our primary grade levels are really focusing on and seeing the benefits of providing that support through that tool. Wonders intervention as well for kinder through second grade. And then group times are 2 to 3 times per week with those students. So yeah, she has 9 groups. There are about 2 to 4 kids in each group based on need and not necessarily grade level. And if you know anything about guided reading, you know that right now she's working on foundational skills up to the letter G level. And yeah, that's the support she's providing. Next slide, please. She's also providing staff support. So it's not just for students, so that there's a connection. Students are just being pulled out of class. There's that connection with what's going on in their classes as well, so that they know that it's all the same. Whatever you do with Mrs. Frey is also happening in your classrooms and vice versa. And then there are tools for kids to take home. There are books at their level. There's that practice with high frequency words, and then the mnemonics that go with the animals, as you see here on the slide, to help kids remember how they can be active in their learning as well. Next slide, please.
For our middle school, we've really taken a different approach regards to our MTSS. And so talking with our middle school team, we really needed to develop a different approach of how we work with our tier 2 and tier 3 students in order to make sure that we're supporting them. So this year, students that are tier 2 or tier 3, we're now bringing them into the fold. And myself, along with our sport team, will be having individual conferences or meetings with themselves, the student, as well as the family, to really talk with them and develop a successful student plan in order for them to get the supports they need. So some might be looking at how we can provide them some homework help or intervention during lunch or after school, looking at providing grade checks to make sure that they're consistently looking at their grades, check-in or support staff meetings weekly or bi-weekly. And then for students that just need more SEL groups or time to connect with a faculty member right in the morning before they go to class to get that success and connection before they go and learn. It looks like a breakfast club or just a check-in at that time. Next slide, please.
sorry, I was muted. We're just really excited. We were able to have a reclassification celebration for our students this year in person, just to acknowledge that we have students who are bilingual and they have shown proficiency in English as well. So it was just a happy moment for us to acknowledge the students and their hard work. Next slide, please.
Something new this year is we started a leadership class. Leadership has been done in the past at Southport. Talking with our students last year virtually with our teachers as well, we really wanted to get students involved in the process at Southport. And so we started a small leadership group of middle schoolers to where they this year have started planning spirit days in weeks. Fall festival, we're looking at rallies, quarter rewards. They really told us in middle school that they liked the duck store, but they wanted a middle school version of that. So we've been working with our PTO as well as our students to identify what they truly want to work towards PBIS wise in that duck store. And so we've redeveloped that and rebranded a middle school duck store where they have brand new different dollars than they had in TK5. And let me tell you, they're trying to figure out an exchange rate from their TK5 dollars to middle school so they can get some cool stuff. And then we're really working on team building activities with our leadership class. Next slide, please. One of their great ideas to get the whole school involved is to do ghost grams. And so this last week they sold ghost grams. And it was really cool to see all of our students connect and work together to do these activities to provide just some spirit and sense of normalcy at school that they've had in the past. Next slide, please. And then lastly, something that I am proud of as I would say the middle school principal, really talking with our students, not just in our leadership class, but also students that I see on a daily basis. They really wanted some more student voice. And so I know as a teacher, when I was at River City High School, they had a student senate program to where students can really come together and be on a level playing field with the adults. And so we are in the process of bringing that to Southport to where we're going to work with a set group of students to be able to provide them opportunities to meet with staff and admin to really bring up their perspective of how they can affect quality change at Southport and provide that student perspective on what they feel that they would like to see. And so we're really proud and to start that student senate program at Southport. Next slide, please. And that is it. So really, we just want to thank you for being able to present tonight. And we are proud to be the Ducks.
Yeah, we just want to thank everyone, thank our Southport team. This is an experience like no other, and we're glad to have the team we do.
Thank you. And I just want to apologize to you, Ms. Saka. I didn't see you on my screen, so I didn't announce that you were one of the presenters, so I do apologize to you, okay?
It's totally okay.
So thank you for that very in-depth presentation. Is there any questions or comments from the board?
No, I just think it's a great day to be a duck.
It is. It is.
So
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate you, and that was a very good report. So
I do have one question for Mr. Rosenberg. Is this as exciting as the last one? Did he leave?
Apparently not.
He bailed.
He probably did.
That's all. I got jokes today.
All right. Okay, we're moving on. We are going to go down to, let's see, student association reports to Dadley Tarleson from River City High School. Tadadley, are you there?
Yes, hello.
Hello.
I
Hi, Tadadley, you're muted and there's a lot of echo coming in when you speak. Do you want to try it again to see till we can test the audio?
Hi, can you hear me better?
Yes, that's much better. I'm going to bring up the presentation.
Oh, hello. Oh, is it mirrored? That's weird.
Good to see you again, Tadadley. Floor is yours.
All right, all right. Let me. Slide, please. All right, starting off.
I don't know if you can hear us, Tadadley, but your screen's frozen.
Looks like he is frozen.
Do you want us to move on to the CSEA reports and we can wait for him to come back and have him do his presentation at the end? Is that good, board? Okay. Okay, so we will have Tadadley try and come back on at the end of the reports. So right now we'll go to the CSEA report. Daniel Gandara, go ahead.
Yes, hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Daniel.
Okay, thank you. First off, good evening, Superintendent Hildreth, President Pizzotti, and Board of Trustees. I have a quick update this evening. I would like to first thank the district. We are currently in negotiations again for an addendum to our previous COVID MOU due to an increase in classified, increase in job duties. And I would just briefly like to read a couple of the job duties from a classification. I won't go into detail, but a lot of them are for updating students in a COVID spreadsheet, emailing teachers to create a take-home packet for students, contacting parents to pick up home packets, hand out home packets, issue independent study contracts for those who pick up packets, contact teachers who see if they have received take-home packets, answer calls and emails from teachers every morning, checking to see if students are clear to return, give out test information to parents, direct parents from testing area when on campus, answer questions about registering for testing, pulling students from class for testing, collecting and filling out COVID results, calling parents to send their kids to school without meeting return requirements. My classified members, again, as I have spoke on in previous meetings, have taken on a lot of additional duties for COVID during this COVID time. And I know it's a hard time for everybody, but we classified are getting really hit hard with all these additional duties. And I appreciate the district that they are willing to sit and negotiate and discuss the impacts and effects of additional COVID-related duties. So I just want to give my update to that. Also, I do want to state that I know last board meeting, you guys had a very lengthy discussion about emailed in public comments. And first, I want to thank Trustee Wong, because I think she understands from classified, as well as all of you do. I'm sure you guys do, but Ms. Wong, she really expressed it. I do want to say this, and I am speaking for my classified members. Bullying, we teach our students about bullying and about retaliation and all those things as far as school settings. But I think we really need to hone in on our upper management, administration, and that form of bullying. I will speak for my classified staff. You rarely hear classified members in public comments at our school board meetings. You hear from me because that is my job as the chapter president, and I have to represent my members. But you rarely hear from classified staff. A lot of classified staff feel more comfortable emailing in anonymously and not informing who they are, because we do live in a fear of retaliation, which is a form of bullying in our district. We really do. And I don't know what the solution is. I don't know how we get it across, but I would like it to be at a time where my classified members would feel comfortable expressing their concerns at a school board meeting without the form of retaliation. And let me tell you, retaliation comes in so many different forms. It could be from you're working overtime, so to say, in one aspect, to they take it away and they switch it up. That has never been done before. That is a form of retaliation. So I would just like, I know it was a big conversation last school board meeting about anonymous emails, but my classified staff don't feel comfortable speaking their mind at school board meetings. And the last thing I would like to say, and it's not really a CSEA update, but it's just in general, and I would really like the public, for parents, because I am a parent at River City High School, and I also work there. I would like the parents to really hear me out on saying, I would like to thank over the last 2 days, which is yesterday, Wednesday, and today, Thursday, know that your students are in safe handling of site administration. Principal Billingsley yesterday handled the situation extremely well. As far as all staff, assistant VPs, classified staff, and certificated staff. I personally was on lockdown inside the VP's office, so I was there. And I just want the parents to know and staff to know that site administration is handling it extremely well. And I would just like to thank every administrator, certificated staff, and classified staff. I would like to thank them for the job they did. And I know, and parents, this is for you guys. And again, I am a parent of a sophomore child. They are in good hands at River City High School, and they are well taken care of. And with that, I just want to thank you guys, and I want to have a good evening and stay safe. And thank you guys.
Thank you, Daniel. We really appreciate your comments and your perspective, especially on the last couple of days. So thank you very much. Tadadley, I do see that you're back in. I'm going to have you go right after we have Mr. Nepko from the WSTA report, okay? So if you can just hang tight. Doug, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everybody.
Go ahead.
Good to see you. First of all, just because it's on topic, I would like to address the reading of comments at board meetings. Just from a perspective after this really challenging year, I think this is, first of all, I think this is a really valid topic to be discussing. So I wanted to commend the board on having this conversation, because the way we receive information from the public is critical. The fact that we do have the opportunity to receive information from the public is very important. I really respect the board in considering access when you're talking about reading comments, and some folks don't have the ability or the access to either stay up late or communicate in a live means to talk to folks. So I definitely think that's something that needs to be considered. My only concern from a perspective of comments, I have great concerns about anonymous comments, and not because I don't believe that you should be able, that people shouldn't be able to have anonymity, but we have avenues for people who need to report things that don't feel comfortable. We have whistleblower policy. Folks can always write an email to their board members or their administrators to do so. However, with anonymous comments being read to the public, we have a real challenge with accountability, with validating accuracy. People can say whatever they want without necessarily being accountable to those words and actions. I also get concerned about people's ability to take advantage of the system and maybe speak multiple times a night by speaking anonymously and then speaking in person and so on and so forth. So I think that's a problem with process. But again, I do think it's important for us to have avenues for people to speak that aren't necessarily in person and at a meeting. So I commend especially, Alvaro and Jackie, we're really discussing that. And as we work to have equity in our community and providing for those folks, not just the loudest voices or the people with the most resources, but hearing from everybody, I think that's really important. So, and I really thank Daniel for bringing that up, because I did want to mention it and I had forgotten it. So I'm going to move on to my prepared comments. As concerned as we all are about this week's lockdowns, as a parent, I would like to personally commend and thank Principal Billingsley for her organization and effective communication. Thank you, Ms. Billingsley, for your efforts and for working to protect our children. Nobody wants to go through this. And I can tell you as a parent, I'm going to take off my union hat. As a parent, hearing that my child was locked down at the high school is obviously extremely traumatic. However, even without, I just want to say this because I don't think, especially as a union rep, sometimes it's hard to give credit where credit is due. But I just think Mrs. Billingsley is an outstanding administrator. She exemplifies everything we want to be in WUSD. And even though this was going on and I was terribly worried, I can tell you, just knowing what I do about her and how teachers talk about her, that I felt like my child and the rest of the children in River City were in the best hands possible. And so I just want to take a second to let that sink in, because that's a special thing to have that. So again, thank you, Ms. Billingsley. With that being said, and I definitely think all of high school leadership performed well. Our teachers were great. Our leadership group was great. If disruption is the intent of the culpable individual, then unfortunately, they got a lot of success in their aim this week, because for 2 straight days, the high school had to confront the potential of mass violence. So it's kind of a wake-up call. Obviously, students should not have to endure such nonsense. And I'm sure the board and cabinet and superintendent are actively evaluating steps to curb behavior like this by a few troubled individuals in our community. What I'm hoping for is that we can involve the community in this process and stakeholders so that we can have the conversation that has to be had about why this is happening right now. Several years ago, WUSD worked in conjunction with the Yolo County Department of Education to begin to formalize a safety task force. And I'm not sure if any of you remember that, but it happened. We did it at room 75 at the district office. Although only one meeting ever occurred, it was extremely productive. And those of us who were involved were really buoyed by the promise of progress in regards to campus safety. It was intended that this working group would carry on and work to affect positive change in regards to student behavior and restorative practices to be instituted across the district. Nothing ever really came of it. And clearly, this is an effort that is still sorely needed given recent events. And just, there's a lot of, we can tell as teachers that there's still a lot of social, emotional things to work out, given everything that's happened over the last 2 years. So I think this process could be really helpful if we found a way to get back on track. And what I'm hoping is that we can reach back out to the county. I've already talked to Dr. Hildreth about this, and so she's aware, and I've talked to Stan. I'm hoping that we can work together to reach out back to the county and get this started again, because I don't think there could ever be a better time. I mean, it's always good to talk about restorative practices and how we're going to build better, but post-COVID, it seems really important because we have students coming back to campus already anxious, already uncomfortable, haven't been in class for a while. So this is just something we can all positively do together. And so I'm hoping we can do that. Now, given that teachers have gone through so much over the last year and a half, concerns about behavior and security are really the last thing we really need right now. This is especially the case when you consider teacher burnout and the shortage of qualified educators on the job market. It's really important that we're proactive when it comes to developing strategies for helping students with problematic behavior. PBIS teams are currently working overtime and doing a fabulous job at our sites. However, more investment, both financially and institutionally, towards developing restorative practices needed. And I just want to pause here to say, we all understand when the LCAP dashboard was created, we really needed to look at behavioral practices through a new lens. And it's true. I think that those of us who are in leadership and education recognize that suspensions are not the solution to behavior problems. We can't suspend our way out of behavior crisis, and particularly repeat suspensions, because students who are suspended over and over again are then proving in the process that they're not benefiting from suspensions. And some of those children may not have resources or support, so that they go home and they don't really have someone to have the conversation with them or have the opportunity to have that conversation to improve their behavior. Although suspension is necessary in cases, what's really important is that we have developed restorative practices at sites, but restorative practices require an investment in time, money, and probably most importantly, and nobody thinks about this, they require an investment in space, because you have to have a place for kids to go if you're not sending them home. I really, again, I'm going to praise Mrs. Billingsley and the high school for the RISE Center. This is exactly what we're looking for and what we're talking about when we're looking at restorative spaces. Places for kids to go, opportunities for kids. When a kid is being disruptive in class and disrupting the rest of the students, that hasn't changed, that still exists. But as we try and limit suspensions, opportunities for those children have kind of started to go away. And so what happens is they get sent to the front office, and the front office doesn't have the capacity because they have a whole other job to do. So this is a big picture, but I realize that each site is creating PBIS plans, but as a district, we have to create a master plan for just facilities, for how to function to be able to create restorative spaces in our schools. I'm hoping that we can work with the school board and WSD leadership in conjunction with our PBS IS teams to develop a strategic plan that will emphasize cohesive, just, and calibrated approach to behavior education at each site. And calibrated is really important because sometimes we have the best intention, but when we don't calibrate it across sites, the communication breaks down because we're not speaking the same language. So that's really, really important that it is top down. We have to adjust to the new paradigm created by the LCAP dashboard. And PBIS teams are already working. They have already started to put things in place for this. But again, we need some of those structural, strategic plans to help us with it. One thing is certain that everybody recognizes that we have to take action to preserve the safety and well-being of our students. Finally, I want to acknowledge and commend both WUSD and WSTA bargaining teams for their conduct and professionalism during recent negotiations. We all know bargaining is always challenging. And when you add the stresses of the current climate into the mix, it makes everything more difficult. Clearly, we're not always going to agree, but it's nice to see both sides of the table working to build dialogue and reach compromise effectively. And WSTA hopes that this spirit of professionalism and mutual respect continues as we move forward. And I'd just like to thank the district WUSD bargaining team for their efforts in this matter, as well as my own. But that's all I have for tonight, kind of some ponderous stuff that's been hanging on my mind. I just want to thank you all for your hard work, and I'll give it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. We appreciate it. To Dudley, you're back, I see. Let's see if we can start again with your report. There you go. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Try it again. I still can't hear you. I don't know why this is not picking up the volume. Yeah, no, yeah. Well, let's see. Oh, I heard you now.
Okay, different device. Hello.
There you go. Yeah, turn off the other device and use that device. Or at least mute it.
All right, we okay?
Yeah, we're good. All right.
All right. Sorry about that, technical difficulties. All right. At Elkhorn Village, they recently held their annual jogathon. Students had a great time raising money for their school while engaging in some great exercise. It was a truly fun event for all their students, and they have seen interest for their production for The Lion King is very high, and they feel like students are very excited to offer this opportunity, and they will keep everyone updated on specific show dates coming up. They also had a kids farmers market at Riverbank Elementary, and they did some pumpkin painting, and I'm not sure if they did some carving, but my sister's friend said that they did some carving over there too. And then at Southport Elementary, they announced their Spirit Days. They're doing a pattern day and a costume day. Is that today or tomorrow? The 29th, tomorrow. And then they're wishing their volleyball and football teams good luck in the playoffs this week. Go Ducks. I think we did hear from you guys tonight. And then the Sammy Circuit TK to 5th grade school virtual assembly will be held on November 1st coming up. And the middle school students will participate in the Foundations for a Drug-Free World presentation on October 28th and 29th. and a healthy relationship presentation on November 1st and November 2nd. Next, please. And at Stonegate Elementary, September 15th to October 15th, they celebrated and learned about Hispanic Heritage Month each day. They held 4th to 8th grade social media presentations and also a parent presentation to become more aware of one's digital footprint, which is very important in our current day and age. At Sammy Circuit, TK to 5th grade virtual assembly on the 26th, earlier this week. And then the principal's chat is going to be tomorrow to meet about school specialists, meaning social workers, psychologists, and instructional coaches. And then they have a spirit day, which is a costume day tomorrow. They're also wishing the volleyball and football teams good luck in the playoffs this week. Go Lions. And November will be Kindness Month at Stonegate with a variety of activities to show kindness throughout the school. At Westmore Oaks Elementary, Foundations for a Drug-Free World presented to their 5th and 8th graders. Their teachers participated in supporting their Afghan students' professional learning provided by Stacy Tran and Salsala Barami on the 27th earlier this week, and I'm sorry if I butchered their names. The kindergarten brought the pumpkin patch to school, and the PTSA hosted WMO's annual trunk or treat with Washington Unified Virtual Academy on the 27th. They're also having a costume day tomorrow. And RCHS is also hosting our own trunk or treat this weekend, starting at 9 a.m. I'm pretty sure. Actually, at 1. Don't quote me on this. Next, please. And at Westfield Elementary, the PBIS coordinated quarterly rewards for preschool to 5th grade. The Halloween parade is going to be tomorrow for 6th to 8th grade. Hot chocolate and donuts, all in recognition of students being safe, respectful, and responsible. Sammy Cater had a great meeting with teachers, looking forward to the student kickoff assembly, and then Green Light Get Outside starting November 2nd, additional SCL support for their students as well. And at the Virtual Academy, they're hosting a fall festival drive for families. The teachers prepared their November supplies, and all students will receive a goodie bag. And then on the 29th, they're having a spirit day, costumes and fall colors. They want to say thank you to Westmore Oaks for inviting their students to participate in their trunk or treat night earlier this week. And their K-5 teachers had PL sessions on wonders and their reading curriculum with instructional coach Tara and tech Tosa Frank. At the Opportunity Academy, they have increased enrollment and students are already doing great with academics and their social emotional curriculum. The partnership with Green Light Get Outside will go to the next level with mentors working with the students on exciting outdoor activities and team building every day, every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday afternoon. Sorry about that. And at Washington Adult School, the Capital Adult Educational Regional Consortium, my apologies, visited them on Monday to learn more about programs and systems and shared positive feedback for continuing to grow their program. They want to say thank you to Director Burns, Director Grote, and Mr. King, as well as Ms. Leibrock for helping them support this visit. They've expanded their course offerings and are now offering Spanish GED for students and a newly designed schedule to support students. They had their monthly celebration last week in which over 2 students were celebrated for persistence, attendance, and academic success. And Sacramento City College visited their classes about preparing and applying for college this week as well. Next, please. At Yolo High School, the students have just enrolled or transferred here, have already made progress in their classes and in Ingenuity. They have monthly huddle, beef barbecue, and spirit day planned for tomorrow to celebrate the student success and the end of the month. Feel free to come on by and enjoy the celebration, they say. Students have celebrated a new leadership council to continue building positive school culture and fun school events. At Washington Middle College, they want to say congratulations to their entire freshman class. For the first time in history, not one student received an F or dropped their very first college course. And they say, way to be determined. Kudos to their inspirational esports team as they fight to make the fall season's playoffs. The Valorant squad is 2-1 so far with the season opening win against the Sachem Arrows from Farmingville, New York, a tough loss against Southwest Miami High's Eagles, and a recent win versus North Quincy High School in Massachusetts. I do also want to add that River City did also just start our own esports club that's been going on as of last week, I believe, and it's also very exciting for us as well. Last week, Spirit Week was a big success for Washington Middle College, and this Friday's Fall Festival Takes Over seminar. The Western Association of Schools and Colleges extended their accreditation a year due to the pandemic, so their next self-study visit will be in the spring of 2023 instead of this March. Congrats again to Ms. Claudia and Principal O'Neill for their congressional commendations as part of the YCSBA's Excellence in Education Awards. And at our very own River City High School, we celebrated Hispanic Heritage Month by highlighting influential Hispanics every single day. Fall Spirit Week, first rally, homecoming game, and the homecoming dance just recently passed. And as a leadership student, I am going to say I'm very happy for all of that to be over and to move on to new stressors. In October, Raiders spread awareness of breast cancer and conducted fundraising. Later on, you will see a slide about fundraising. We are very close to our goal, and if anybody's feeling generous, if you don't mind scanning our QR code and maybe donating a few bucks, but of course, no force and no pressure. Raiders started our student section at football games, and our senior night is going to be tomorrow. Next slide, please. Just a couple photos from our Spirit Week. If you see my little foot right there with the zebra print and the white socks. It was all very exciting coming back from the pandemic to see everybody participating in Spirit Week again. And in hindsight, I really wish that I could have relished in this moment more and not have been thinking about all the technicalities of everything, but it was all very fun. And I was so happy to see everybody just enjoying themselves and getting this. Next slide, please. About 2 days ago, we had a bunch of students come outside for Anti-Bullying Week and take a pledge against bullying. We had people sign a big poster and sign little cards with individual messages on them. And today we did have a bunch of people leave messages on sticky notes and left them around campus just to encourage students and remind them that their voices do need to be heard on campus and that the leadership class at the very least is thinking about the mental health, and admin has been putting a bunch of options for the students to take advantage of mental health resources with the Rice Center, Raider Cafe, and even the social workers on campus. Next slide, please. This was our luau themed football game. There I am with the purple bandana.
And I believe Mr. T. Dadley froze again, but this is the breast cancer awareness slide, and there is a QR code for anybody interested in donating.
Thank you. Keep it up for a second, Mario, okay?
Hello?
Is he back?
Technology isn't my friend today. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, now we can, Dudley.
I'm just gonna wrap this up then. As I was saying earlier, we've almost reached our goal for our breast cancer awareness fundraiser. So if you guys are feeling a little bit generous, if you don't mind scanning that QR code, helping my girl Yami out. She's been doing a great job organizing all of this by herself. She's a sophomore, and you'll definitely be hearing from her in the next couple of years because I'm certain she's going to be doing great things and getting more involved with administration and leadership and hopefully with the board. I'm just going to end it there. Hopefully you
Great.
guys don't have any questions.
No, thank you to that. We really appreciate it. I was going to say, I know you're having technical difficulties, but you're always more than welcome to stay on. We do have a couple of agenda items that, feedback from a student's great, especially as a student board member. There's a couple items coming up. So if you want to stay on, you're more than welcome to, technology permitting. And thank you for putting that QR code. I know some of us just made a donation. All right. So thank you. Okay, we are moving on to public comments. I do not see anybody here. There was anybody online, Mario?
Yes, I have a hand risen by Katie Kanowski. Katie, were
hang on.
you?
Let me read the disclaimer real quick. Members of the public may address the board on topics of our board agenda in addition to topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board but are not on the agenda. Although the board by law may not take action at this meeting, the board may limit the total time for public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the item limit for any particular item. Individual speakers may be limited to 3 minutes to comment on any particular topic. Public comments consisting of individual charges, complaints, or derogatory remarks about any district employee are requested to be submitted in writing to the administration in accordance with the district's complaint procedure. As such, the board reminds the public that the district has existing board policy that allows the public to lodge a complaint against a district employee. This policy provides a comprehensive procedure for reviewing and responding to public complaints. This process provides a more thorough opportunity to be heard than is allowed under the opening meeting law that governs this meeting. The board respects the rights of members of the public to speak regarding matters on the agenda and other matters within the jurisdiction of the board. However, it's important for members of the public to recognize that comments regarding students other than the speaker's own children made during a public board meeting may be legally actionable as a violation of student privacy. Both state and federal law prohibit the board and others from discussing confidential student information in open session. To this end, be advised that if you reference a student's name other than your own student, you will be out of order and your comments may not be protected by the privileges that protect public speech. You could be found liable for such comments in legal proceedings. Furthermore, it's important for the public to understand that negative or derogatory comments made against district employees or others, even those made in a public board meeting, may be actionable civil defamation. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, President Basadi. Katie Kanowski, I see your hand risen and you may unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you all for having this meeting open so I could come in and just share a request. My daughter goes to River City High School, and as you can imagine, that was very stressful, especially the first time. The second time, not as much, but what I found just challenging was looking for a process or a procedure to understand what to expect as a parent when something like that happens. And so I don't know if there is something in, like, do you guys have all sorts of rules and all sorts of processes and policies that I don't have access to? But I would love, or maybe I do have access, but didn't find. But I would really love if there was some sort of communication from either the school board or from the school itself as to what we can expect if this ever happens again. They did a fantastic job. I felt very safe. I felt, one, supported by the community, and then also from the communication, and the website was updated very rapidly. So I appreciate all of those things. Knowing that she was safe and the way that they were dispatched, it was very nice that it went as well as it did. But now we're looking at this continuing potentially, and that we're getting anonymous calls and kind of knowing how do we plan on dealing with those things so that, one, I can put my own myself at ease and my daughter at ease to know that there is a plan in place. This is how we deal with, empty threats. This is how we know it's an empty threat. This is what we'll do to make sure that you're safe. Just some sort of communication so that to ease all of our concerns and worries about this continuing is my request. So that's all. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for making sure that our kids are safe and that we have a place to come and make requests like this.
Thank you, Katie. We appreciate it. Is there any further, Mario?
No other further public comments received. General public comments, sorry.
Great, thank you. We shall move on to the next agenda item. Let's see, public hearings. There are no public hearings. Information discussion items, N1, 6-8 VAPA scheduling information. Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Stan Moisich, and Director of Curriculum, Matt Ainsworth.
Thank you, President Pizzotti and all the trustees. The VAPA task force has met several times over the last 3 school years to provide some meaningful feedback related to many of the priorities considered in this opportunity of change. One area that we've spent multiple hours and days reviewing are the impacts to the master schedules and adding additional prep time to the primary grades and the effects to middle school scheduling. We also acknowledge that while we're committed to working towards unifying systems and structures, each school is unique and has different needs across the district. And one of the most important areas is in regards to VAPA and providing that VAPA instruction to our students. The informational presentation tonight will focus on the historical context and the current VAPA implementation at the K-8 sites and the possibilities for future considerations for our VAPA program. Tonight, our Director of Curriculum Instruction and Professional Learning, Matt Ainsworth, will take you through a short presentation, giving you a little bit of the history, current context, and future next steps. Thanks for being here with us.
I am. Thanks, Assistant Superintendent Moisich, and welcome back. Go ahead, Mario. So good evening, President Pizzotti, Vice President Wong, trustees, Superintendent Hildreth, and Cabinet. We're excited to share some information on the WSD VAPA, that's Visual and Performing Arts. We're going to say the word VAPA a couple hundred times tonight, so it's Visual and Performing Arts. At our K-8 sites, we'll start by looking at the priorities of the VAPA program as a whole, which includes implementing effective operations of what we have called the VAPA wheel. While working with our VAPA team, the discussion regarding depth versus breadth has become a focal point, as well as the logistics of VAPA teachers as itinerant staff and the effects that the VAPA wheel has had on instruction time. Another priority has always been to look towards future possibilities, which include enrichment opportunities and the possibility of a magnet school concept at our K-8 sites. Back when the VAPA program was being developed, the original 5-year plan was to establish a foundational understanding of VAPA at the elementary level, which would eventually lead to credentialed VAPA teachers in the 6-8 master schedule to provide those students with a more in-depth VAPA experience before moving on to high school. We wanted to share some historical context with you. You can go to the next one, Marian. Thank you. To show you the journey the VAPA program has been on over the past 7 to 8 years. Back in 2014, when the VAPA wheel was first implemented, we had 4 content areas: art, music, theater, and dance. And this was done by a VAPA team of 4. These 4 VAPA teachers supported all 7 school sites in a very complex and challenging schedule, to say the least. The classes for TK through 3rd grade were 30 minutes. And 4th and 5th grade classes were 60 minutes, and that was counted towards the teacher's prep time. In 2016, the VAPA wheel was adjusted when we went with 3 VAPA teachers that would each support a rotation of 3 sites. We had 3 VAPA teachers supporting the South schools, 3 supporting the North schools, and Westfield had 1 VAPA/band teacher who did their whole site. TK and K continued to be 30 minutes, but 1st through 3rd grade did have a range from 30 to 45, depending on the site and schedule availability. And 4 or 5 continued to have the 60-minute teacher prep. The VAPA classes in TK through 3 did not count as teacher prep time. This was prior to that contract change. And occasionally the classroom teacher would be included in the VAPA lessons in class with the VAPA teacher. In 2018, go ahead. In 2018, there was another change to the VAPA wheel. And this came with our contract language, which provided first through third grade classes 45 minutes of prep a week for VAPA. So there was an adjustment in the schedule. The teachers remained at their three sites where they would rotate each trimester. And TK and K continue to have their 30 minutes of VAPA a week. You can go to the next one. And so over the last few years, Ed Services, site administrators, and VAPA teachers have met as a VAPA task force, which focused on reflecting on the VAPA program and brainstorming ideas to improve the program district-wide. These task force meetings were the beginning of the discussions on depth versus breadth of instruction and discussing the pros and cons of the VAPA teachers rotating schools versus being stationary at one site. Obviously, the benefit of rotating is being able to provide all students with an introductory level of exposure to multiple content areas. But with the downside that we've heard from VAPA teachers is that the students don't get to dive deep into any level of instruction due to the teachers rotating. Our VAPA teachers also shared that while rotating sites multiple times throughout the year created challenges with building relationships with students and their colleagues. So out of these conversations came the discussion of the focus on depth. And instead of rotating schools 3 times during the course of the year, the VAPA teachers remain at one site for the whole year, which would allow students to go much deeper into the content area. This would also help establish stronger relationships for teachers and students. Talking with VAPA teachers who would rotate 3 sites, they would have a real hard time with identifying student names. They would have up to 1,500 students over the course of the year and only be there for a third of the year. So, changing that lens to become part of the site and be part of that school community was really important. Obviously, the downside of this is now the students only receive one content area rather than a little bit of each. But in our discussions with the team, it was decided that the benefits of the depth were far greater than the previous VAPA wheel plan. You can move forward. So in 2020, so the beginning of last year was the first year of our stationary VAPA plan, with each VAPA teacher being assigned to one school site for the full school year. 2020 was also supposed to be the first year of an increase in prep time, which would have brought all 1st through 5th grade classes to 60 minutes of prep. As we know, unfortunately, with COVID and the shift to virtual learning, those schedules were adjusted due to instructional minute requirements, and all 1st through 5th grade classes received 30 minutes of virtual VAPA last year. I really have to commend our VAPA teachers who worked tirelessly, just like all of our teachers, developing highly engaging virtual lessons and activities throughout the school year. And so this year in 21-22, the VAPA teachers remained at their same site, which allowed them the opportunity to build on those relationships from last year. Teachers were able to follow a multi-year scope and sequence that builds from the instruction on previous years. And this year is the first time that our 1st through 3rd are joining 4-5 with their 60 minutes per week of VAPA. And we have 3 of our sites have worked their VAPA teachers into their 6-8 master schedules to provide VAPA classes as an elective option for students. Thanks, Mario. We want to share a little bit of information on our middle school band program. So when we say VAPA, usually it's summarizing as the 1 through 5 VAPA program, but we also include our middle school band directors as part of our VAPA team. We currently have 3 band directors. They each support 2 sites for their 6-8 band programs. And all of these teachers also provide 5th grade beginning band as an option at all of their sites. And here's a list of just some of the opportunities that our band directors have brought to their band programs at their sites. Yep, go ahead, Mario. And so we also wanted to identify some of the current challenges that we're seeing in the VAPA program. The staffing vacancies continue to be a concern.
and a challenge across all of our content areas, but VAPA has not been immune, especially with the turnover, which makes it very challenging for the VAPA program to build and have a solid foundation. VAPA scheduling is also a challenge. I love to make a schedule, but there's nothing more challenging than a VAPA schedule. Finding 60-minute blocks of time for every first, second, third, fourth, fifth grade class while working around recess and lunch, start and stop times, ELDs. It is a true challenge. So I commend our site administrators who work closely with their VAPA teachers to help develop those programs and those schedules. But again, they are far from perfect just because of the challenges and the logistics of making those schedules. We're always looking to support our VAPA programs with the equipment and materials that are needed. We've been working with our VAPA teachers as they inventory and identify the areas of need with the additional equipment. And our goal is for all students to be able to participate in VAPA or the band programs, and for the cost of the equipment not to be a barrier into accessing those opportunities. We're also working on the need to identify appropriate facilities with proper storage and spacing capabilities. For example, art classrooms that don't have a sink, band classrooms that are in shared spaces that make practicing a challenge. And these were all, again, concerns even pre-COVID. And so now when you take all of the safety and PPE protocols, it is truly a challenge to make sure that those VAPA teachers and band teachers have everything they need. But we're looking forward to continuing to work with our VAPA team, our VAPA task force, to address and problem solve these challenges moving forward. And so we look here to the future and everything that we could do with our VAPA program going forward. We're looking to continue to develop these enrichment opportunities for our middle school students. And we are striving for them to receive VAPA instruction from credentialed VAPA teachers as part of that middle school master schedule. As always, we're looking to strengthen our vertical articulation with River City High School and our VAPA pathways. We feel we're very strong with our vertical alignment in our band programs, and we're working to strengthen those pathways for art and drama as well. We've discussed with our VAPA team and our site administrators the possibility of a magnet school model at some KA sites, with sites possibly identifying a VAPA pathway as part of their magnet model. And the VAPA team, just like all of us, are eagerly anticipating a performing arts center, which would be a huge boost to the VAPA program and their ability to perform for the other students and for the community as a whole. But I wanted to thank you for giving me the opportunity to share a bit about the amazing work our VAPA teachers are doing. We are incredibly proud of our VAPA program and all of that our teachers are doing to bring a highly engaging VAPA experience to our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ainsworth. We appreciate it. I'm going to, well, since there's nobody here in person to make public comment, I'm going to go to Mario. Is there anybody online to make a comment?
No public comments received.
Okay. So I'm going to turn it over to the board, and I don't know if Tadadley, if you would like to ask a question or make a comment on this one. You mentioned that you had a sister at Riverbank, that this might actually fall into the category of something that she might know about. You're more than welcome to make a comment at any time. Just either raise your hand or let us know. Any board members that have questions or comments? Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Thank you. I appreciated having this on. Thank you for taking the time to put this together. I think with COVID, things changed, and it was helpful to recalibrate and know exactly where we were with our VAPA programs. I know that for my girls and so many of the students in this district, that is the highlight of their week, is to go to VAPA and to have that enrichment. And so a couple of things that I think about, as we know that our one-time money, as we talk about, is pretty much earmarked, and that we've allocated a lot of it around. But I do think it's important to highlight equipment because one-time money could be helpful for band equipment. Certainly it addresses an equity issue. So as we go through and look at using our extra money for shade structures and other pieces, if we end up not needing it all for those, I do hope that that this will stay on our minds to support the equipment. Also, as we get ready for our strategic plan, we know that our community has been very vocal for, as you brought up, Mr. Ainsworth, the Performing Arts Center. We know that VAPA is something that our community wants, they expect, our kids do too. And so I hope that as we move into the strategic planning process, I expect to hear it brought up again. And which makes me think about the task force that you have. Have you ever considered having some students on that task force, maybe some booster parents as well, who might help as we start to bridge that gap, getting ready for the Performing Arts Center as well and building capacity?
That's a very good idea, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. We have not done that in the past with the previous task force meetings. But that's certainly, we can talk to our team and set up some parameters of when we can do that in the future. I think that's a really good idea.
Okay, great. I would love to see that. And I appreciate this. Thanks again for the work. That's all the questions for me as we continue to keep this on our mind moving forward.
Trustee Barnes, do you have anything?
Can you hear me? I am echoing. Am I good? Can you hear me? Okay. Oh, I was curious about, I know there have been some openings for the VAPA teachers. Have we hired more already this year, or are we still looking for a couple of those?
We are still looking for a couple of positions right now currently in our in our K-8 program.
Okay, thank you. And I also want to echo the idea of having the booster parents potentially involved. I think that's a great idea. I know at Elkhorn, with Coffee with the Principal, getting some of the parents were very interested in being involved. So I think it'd be really great to bring them in and see if there's some little bit of light lifting they could do, because it's always a fun thing.
Clerk Venegas.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that presentation. All I can think of is I would like to maybe make a performance at our board meeting, just once a month at least, in person and video, live, something to really, I'm a believer in the visual piece of it and the vibration and the really seeing our students. And I think that even parents that may not be involved with this program can get behind it, right? Or students get encouraged. So I would definitely want to see just a little glimpse, a little piece. I won't ask for too much, a whole concert, but just a little glimpse of our students. Even if it is pre-recorded, it'd be amazing if it's live, but I wouldn't ask for too much. Just little glimpses to be able to share them at these board meetings and enjoy the hard work that our teachers are putting in, as well as the dedication that our students are putting in. So that would just be a request, is a little live music. You know, we've been in COVID, so a little live music would be amazing.
Yeah, Clerk Venegas, you just made the band teachers night. They will take you up on that in a heartbeat. So yeah, we can put together some prepackaged, prepared materials for you. Yeah, that is a great idea to show off the work that's happening, not just in the middle school band, but 1-5 VAPA theater and art as well. That's a great idea. Thank you for that.
And I'm not saying your presentation wasn't great. I'm just saying we had a little music, you know, it just takes it to the next level,
It was probably the blandest VAPA presentation possible without any art, music, or theater, so I apologize.
And Clerk Venegas, I know you've never been in a pre-COVID, era meeting, but we used to have performances all the time. And that was like, it really was what we actually looked forward to. Those like, especially, they're so good. You can go back and look them up because they're on YouTube, but they're awesome. And I agree with you. That's a good idea. Vice President Wong.
Mari won't let me. Stop talking, Vice President Wong. Yes, I agree with in-person. I'm looking here at Bright Cafe, and I think we have enough space for performances to be had. My request is for a dance segment. Maybe Mr. Ainsworth can do lead a dance segment. Not sure, so that is my question. And thank you for acknowledging the challenges of scheduling and the evolution of VAPA. You know, before I even came on the board, VAPA was one of the things that was kind of top of mind, and the school district was very, very proud of it, right? And so I want to kind of not lose this as we transition and evolve. So we know it's a hard thing to do, and appreciate your dedication to that. I do have a question about, maybe it's more of a hiring question of that. How do we actually find our VAPA teachers? Because some of our VAPA teachers actually have told me that they were hired for something else and just happened to fall into VAPA, and wondering if there's a specific strategy to recruit in certain spaces and programs for VAPA teachers.
I can answer part of that, and then maybe Assistant Superintendent Panu can jump in on more of the HR pieces. But as you saw in the presentation, we did increase our number of VAPA teachers that we had in the district. And when that happened, there were some teachers that were already working in our districts as credential teachers in the core areas. This was something that they had a passion for, so they just kind of went into it. So those teachers were already here and just decided to make this jump over into something new when we increased staffing for our VAPA teachers. I believe the rest of our hiring is typically through EdJoin or word of mouth. We always encourage our staff, and just like we've encouraged our board, to let people know in the community that we have these openings. So that's primarily how we get word outside of the district, is through the EdJoin and just the channels of people that we may know, just to tell people, hey, the VAPA world is very, the teachers in the VAPA world have their own network, and they oftentimes are our best advertisers when I speak about word of mouth.
And building upon that, we also try to stay in touch with our credential programs in the area that have those candidates as well. So as Mr. Moisich had mentioned, there's that network of the teachers and those credential programs as well that we do try to reach out to, including non-traditional programs such as national. Sonoma County Office of Ed has a program as well. Sac County Office of Ed has those programs as well. So just, there's the traditional hiring process, but then also through that network. And this recently, this last year, we were also using LinkedIn. We're using social media. So we're trying to do anything possible to get the word out.
So you are on TikTok somewhere.
I'll neither confirm nor deny.
All right, great. No, again, my children are creatives, and so I know creatives follow as to both your points, have certain networks, and so I'm happy to hear that you're being innovative in how you're reaching out to teachers writ large, but also VAPA teachers. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice President Wong. I have a quick question, and I know you mentioned this already, Matt, about inventory of equipment. I'm just wondering, at this point, have you already conducted your inventory and now looking at what your need is, or are you still in the process of conducting inventory?
We're still in the process, President Pizzotti.
Okay.
So that's something that's still happening. And just to let you all know, though, we have identified a funding source outside of the funds that were earlier mentioned. And so that's something that we consistently use. So that's an ongoing fund. That's not something just tied into what happens with COVID. So those funds are ongoing, and that's what we also utilize for Camp Yampa to keep it sustainable.
Okay. That's great. I would certainly love to hear more information about what our inventory is, what our need is, and then bring that back to the board at some point. Again, I would like nothing more than to have performances. That's exactly what our board needs. We have all this space and nobody, please, Jackie, go. I know your foot's all healed. Go. we want to see it. Yeah, we would love nothing more than to see some performances either live or recorded. That would be phenomenal. I'll go back. Actually, let me ask to Dudley. Did you have any questions or comments that you would like to make?
Not in terms of VAPA, no.
Okay. So I will then go back to Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure to mention that we do have a performance you can see with actual professional students, not board members, but the Adams family is playing at our there is a small theater at River City, and they do have another performance still, which is on the 31st at 12. So I wanted to give a shout out to them. And then one last thing that I meant to say, and I didn't, is because I did love the concept of the wheel, and I understand why we don't have it for all the reasons you brought up. But I do want to give just a call to action that all of our general education teachers can use theater, and they can use art within their classroom to meet the content standards as well. So as you think about professional development, maybe there are opportunities to consider those as well moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. Seeing and hearing no other comments or questions, we will now move on, and we'll thank you, Matt and Stan, for that. We'll now move on to N2, presentation regarding trustee area redistricting requirement and process. Monique Saval, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay? Hello, can you hear me? Yes? Okay, thank you. This evening, we are presenting a follow-up to the September 23rd presentation, where our legal counsel provided information regarding redistricting requirements and anticipated process to fulfill the requirements that were triggered by the 2020 census. This presentation will provide information about the impacts of the 2020 census and the next steps in evaluating our trustee district areas and boundary areas. I'd like to welcome John Chisholm from Cooperative Strategies at this time.
Good evening, board. Thank you for having me this evening. Again, my name is Josh Chisholm, and I'm with Cooperative Strategies. We did the demographic analysis on your current trustee areas against the 2020 census data. And so that's what we will be discussing this evening. And next slide, please. Okay, so looking down into the table, as you know, you have 5 trustee areas. And this data was released just over a month ago from the California Department of Finance. So it's pretty fresh. It was delayed several times, but this was validated in September and released. So overall, you'll see that your population growth was a little over 10%, right at 11% in your district. And the most increases you see on the far right, we're down in trustee area 5 and trustee area 4. Actually, as we'll see when we get to the map, you'll see that the population grew more and more as you get further to the south and to the east. So I do want to take note of, in this table here, where the mouse is sitting, actually in the 2010 census, you can see that all 5 trustee areas were very similar size as in regards to population. And that is the ticket when we look at trustee areas and when this process was done in the past to create these trustee areas, it was done well. And all 5 trustee areas had a very similar population. What you'll notice in the next column there in the 2020 census is that things have changed over the last 10 years. You can see that trustee area 1 actually reduced in population. And trustee area 2, 3, 4, and 5 increased, and that proportion grows as you move down from trustee 2 all the way down to trustee 5. And so you can see the total change in the next column for each trustee area and the percent change as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is just a map of your current district and also shows the demographic population amongst the different races. So as you can see in the center there, we have total population, and then we also consider the population for occupants who are 18 years or older, because the spirit of the trustee areas is based around elections and voting cycles. So the 18 and older population are also something that we look at. Not that that is something that that we have to necessarily follow, because the law is based on total population. But it's just a good indicator for us to keep in consideration as we look at voters inside your district. So a couple of things to notice in the Hispanic Latino population, the percentage there is 32%. That is the second most dense protected class, first dense protected class in your district, and then white is 41.1%. And then if you move down, the next would be Asian. After that would be other, and then up to Black African American. So that gives you a good indication of how the demographic composition is spread across your district. And that's a good thing to remember as we step into looking at your trustee areas. So next slide, please. Okay, as I mentioned, Hispanic Latino population is the most dense for as far as protected classes go in your district. And so one thing that we do is create what we call a heat map of where the most densely populated area is with the Hispanic Latino occupants. And you can tell that up on the north end of your district where is where the majority of the Hispanic Latino population is, and then it's more spread out as you work your way down to the south. So you'll notice in the table to the right on the header that this is 2015 to 2019 CVAP, and that stands for Citizen Voting Age Population. And so this is also data that comes from the census, but it is actually the Census Bureau, but it's actually through a survey that is called the American Community Survey. And this is based on estimates, and it uses surveys to generate data, and that data is compiled over the 5 years. And again, this is voting age population, and so this helps with give us a more current breakdown of what the demographic population looks like in regards to voting age population. So you'll notice that this is a little bit different apportionment of demographics. The Hispanic Latino is at 21%, white is up from the total population at 55%, and on down through the table here. Next slide, please. This is a map of your current trustee areas. As you know, the top kind of northeast corner there is where the majority of the population was, and it appears that the population is growing more as you work your way south through your district. Next slide, please. So this is really the key takeaway slide. The big question on doing this work is that every 10 years when the census data comes out, the districts are required to perform an analysis on the population amongst all 5 trustee areas. And as I said on the second slide there, the key is to have as equal of occupants as possible amongst all 5 trustee areas. So if you look up in the top left corner, the total population is 54,000 people in your district. And the next, if you move to the right, you'll see that 10,817. So that is our ideal trustee population size. So the way that we arrive at that number is simply take 54,000, the total people, divided by the number of trustee areas that we have, and we come up with the ideal trustee population size. So very simple calculation to to have our target. And then what we do is we take a look at the total population within each trustee area and start calculating how many people below the ideal trustee area size they have, or how many people above that target number there is, and that creates a population variance. So for example, trustee area 1, the population you can see is 9,321. If you compare that to the ideal trustee size at 10,817, the variance there is 13.8% below. Okay, if you keep going to the right, let's skip trustee area 2, trustee area 3, trustee area 4. Now trustee area 5, you look at that one's at 12,613, which is above the target population size. So that's 16.6% above. That range from the most populated area to the least populated trustee area is the calculation we need to make. And if you add those two together, you get 30.4%. And you'll see that total variance in the top right corner is 30.4%. Those are the two trustee areas that make the determination. Now, the requirement to be in compliance is to be below 10%. And so knowing that we're at 30.4% means we need to go through a practice of tweaking our boundaries to get all 5 trustee areas back into compliance. Now, the reason for that is based on the Federal Voting Rights Act, which has this one person, one vote mentality. And what that does is the attempt is to have every vote carry an equal voting power. So if you were in a trustee area that had 50,000 people versus a trustee area that had 5,000 people, you could say that the 50,000 people trustee area was diluted because you had all these other votes that diluted your vote. And the intent is to spread the population amongst all 5 trustee areas. Another thing that I wanted to point out, if you go down to the 3rd row, it sort of shows the Hispanic Latino protected class. And one of the things that we look at is total population and citizen voting age population and the percentage. As you recall on the 2nd slide, the Hispanic Latino population, I want to say it was in the 30%, so I go back, but it's okay. You'll notice the key takeaway is in trustee area 2, there's 50.5% of the population that represent that trustee area, which is a majority protected class. And that's something that if we were to redraw these boundaries, we would look for to try and ensure that there's a collective, if there is areas that have a more dense population of a protected class, the intent is to ensure that we're not impairing their ability to have a collective vote. And so as a demographer, that's a good thing when we look at these numbers to see that if there is a trustee area that has a majority protected class, specifically the protected class that is the largest in the district, that's a good thing. Next slide, please. So some considerations. So the takeaway is we're out of compliance and we do need to adjust our boundaries to balance out the population amongst all 5 trustee areas. And when we are adjusting boundaries, there are some considerations that we need to take account as we consider adjusting the boundaries. When you guys created your trustee areas and transitioned to by trustee area elections, these were considered, but we need to continue to consider this as we walk through adjusting the boundaries. So the first one in the top left corner, we've discussed that. We need to have as equal of inhabitants as we can in all 5 trustee areas. The second one, it needs to comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act. We discussed that as well. This is in regards to ensuring that we're not impairing a protected class from having a collective vote. We try to have compact and contiguous trustee areas as much as possible. And in theory, we'd love to have perfect squares, but we know that geographically, there are different densities of populations. And so We do our best not to have very odd, trustee areas that wrap around all the way around the district. But I think you've done a good job of that so far. Communities of interest are generally social or economic type communities. And so our intent is to, oftentimes this is something that the district or the community, the public is aware of. Us as demographer may not be able to see on the map, but this is something that we wouldn't want to. For example, if there's a neighborhood or a small neighborhood, we would try not to draw a line right through the center of that neighborhood, and all of a sudden that neighborhood is voting for two different trustees. And they could be representing two different elementary schools, even though all of those folks in that neighborhood go to the same elementary school. So attendance boundaries really fall into the last category, other local considerations. School districts are required to do this, but so are all other special districts like community college districts and water districts and hospital districts. So those local considerations are certainly something that I'm sure we considered when the original boundaries were drawn. Up in the top right, man-made features, geographic features, and then also we try to respect incumbency. The voters did vote on this in the past to draw these boundaries, and so we don't want to redraw the maps. We want to make minimal adjustments to rebalance the population. So next slide, please. So what do next steps look like? We're up at the top here to present evaluation of the existing areas. I would also like to receive a little bit of input, if possible, during questions, and if there are any considerations and about how we could potentially adjust the maps. You'll notice in the bold points that we have included 3 more board meetings, if possible, to reach consensus and adopt a new map for the trustee areas. And between now and February 10th, we will help the district come up with some maps, and then we'll come back December 9th and say, okay, here are a couple options that are back in compliance. What do you think? And so, we'll receive feedback from that. Sometimes one of those 3 maps is all it takes. But if not, we'll go back to the drawing board 2 more times to come back finally at February 10th, where we do need to reach a consensus and adopt a new trustee area. So yeah, if you could go up 2 slides, and I'll just recap on what we need to do. One more, there you go. Yeah, so you'll notice that in the population variance column, that's where we're really focused on. And so trustee area 1 does not have enough people. We need to shift the boundaries to get more people into trustee area 1 to rebalance. The same with 2 and 3, those are too low. And then 4 and 5 have too many people. That's grown. Those areas have grown over the last 10 years, and those areas need to geographically shrink, so the populations will shrink as well to be redistributed back to 1, 2, and 3. And at that, I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you, Josh. Hang tight. We've got to go to public comment, see if there is any first, and then we'll come back to the board. Since there's no one here, Mario, is anybody have public comment?
There are no public comments received.
Great. I did not receive any written public comments on this, so I will bring it back to the board. Does anybody have any comments or questions that they would like to make? I'll go with Vice President Wong. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. President Pizzotti says he's a little triggered. I know, Mr. Chisholm, you asked us what our preferences. I think they haven't changed a lot in terms of I would like at least one map without consideration of incumbency based on attendance. Since we're a school board, it makes sense to me to actually draw those boundaries again without regard to current seating, if you will, in regards to attendance map.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
And again, just like communities of interest, I think that in the past, people don't like to split up Brighton Broderick right? There are kind of historical lines and neighborhoods there that are also considered one geographic area that we've heard in the past. I'm sure Mr. Schutz remembers all of this, but I was trying to recall the other communities of interest, if you will, that we had discussed. But my preference is to not take into consideration incumbent seats, just attendance boundaries.
All right, thank you. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez, did you have any comments?
I think for just for historical context, we did this not very long ago. And I know that Vice President Pizzotti had made it clear that the push to wait for the census data, and it's clear why, because it's obviously very costly to have done this just recently for one election and to be here again. But I appreciated your presentation and moving forward in the timelines. And in terms of giving, oh, I lost your presentation though, in terms of the timeline to give feedback, I lost it. We don't have it here in terms of the next meeting. I'll look at it right now while you move, if anybody else has any comments.
Clerk Venegas, did you have any comments?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. The only comment is from firsthand experience, the splitting of the neighborhoods. I know there was a lot of confusion, and even with the maps, there was just a lot of questions behind parents that were living in, across the street from certain schools and not being able to vote, the way they felt they're across the street, right? Just like you had mentioned, that they're not attempting not to split up neighborhoods. So just from firsthand experience, that was a real concern, and some frustration there a little bit. That's it.
Thank you.
All right, and I'll go and attempt not to get triggered. Yeah, thank you, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez, for mentioning that. That was my comment that I made throughout our entire discussion when we switched to district boundaries and trustee areas, was that making the switch the year before the census was going to be completed was disadvantaging so many voters, because we're going to have to do this again. And we spent tens of thousands of dollars drawing lines for basically 3 elections. And now we have to completely revamp those. Well, not completely, but largely revamp those, because every single trustee area is going to have to be modified in some way, shape, or form. So my frustration is running pretty deep. And I think and I've looked at this, and I've looked at it pretty closely, and it seems like the only way that we can move is to move trustee area 1 south, trustee area 2 south, and then decrease some of 4 and 5 by sagging them a little further south and having areas 3 and 2 pick up some of that slack. So I don't know how this is going to get drawn, but I have some frustration with it all in the first place. With that being said, I agree with trying to keep the communities of interest in terms of Brighton Broderick together. I don't know if that's going to be entirely, it should be possible. As I look at, there's this one sliver that looks like it could be saved. I'm just gonna stop. I'm frustrated. So, does anybody else have any comments or questions?
We do have the experts. I understand your frustration is just where we are and just ready to move forward. I understand that. I think those of us who were on the board understood that I will say, we lost the first African-American board member we ever had in 100 years, right? Because of it. And that was a big deal.
Right.
It was a big deal. And so with that said, I think we all felt it. But moving forward, there are 3 of us who won the election based off district voting, and we're going to move forward. And we have experts and to help us through this, President Pizzotti, and it's going to be what it needs to be.
I'm trying to take long cleansing breaths.
Long cleansing breaths, and it's going to be what it needs to be. And I trust the experts who will know the precinct of where the demographics lie, and you'll draw a couple of maps for us to consider, as you have in the past.
All right.
So,
thank you, Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez. Go ahead.
Thank you. Then thinking back into the process that we did the last time, I know that it looks different in terms of this timeline. We had meetings at, oh gosh, every single school site. We had trustees attending those as well. I can't even remember the number of it, but it was high. And so, and I think to the point of Clerk Venegas, it was a big transition for people. They were used to voting for 5 people, and now they only can vote for 1, and maybe not this year and maybe the next time. And so it was a really big learning curve. And I think it continues to be, because we have population that's never voted in a district election in our city. So given all of the work that went into that, obviously changes need to be made. But I think that I would encourage you, as you are the professionals and go through this, to have a map that is not so drastically different if possible, given all of the time that went into that, the feedback, and we're still in the process of educating the community about what districts elections look like. And so that would be my feedback. And thank you again for your presentation.
Agreed. And one question that I was wondering is, are you going to create like a GIS map where people can kind of drop and click, boundary lines? We had that before, and people tried to drop their own lines. So I was just curious if you're going to have that availability.
Sure, that's the interactive map where the community can draw the trustee areas. That's generally utilized when districts are transitioning into by trustee areas. We do offer that service. It's a subscription service that we also would have to pay for. So it's an optional, kind of like an add-on if that's something that you wanted. To the previous trustee, her comment on making minimal adjustments, that's certainly our approach for redistricting such as this. It's harder on us as well to try and go through and recreate maps. So we'll keep it as minimal as possible and pose 2 or 3 options at the next board meeting, and that's where we'll really get some feedback on, oh no, you shouldn't do this, or move that to the west, move this to the south, and we'll make some real headway after that.
That's great. I thank you for that. I was just mentioning that it was because it was part of the process that we did before in terms of GIS map. I have that capability in my office. I don't need it personally for me. I was just wondering if others wanted it. I'm going to go to Trustee Barnes now.
So I'm just curious. I think I understand, but you talked about the difference in an attendance map. So does that look like, what exactly does that look like? Is it where the students in that area attend school, and then versus the population of, I guess I'm not totally clear on how those are different.
Well,
so the maps that are drawn now took into consideration incumbent seating. And so that's why, anyways, but I think they'll provide different options, and they have to balance population size. But my preference is to try to keep, so I'll clarify my request. My request is to keep attendance boundaries together, right? So you don't necessarily get the, hey, I live across the street, but I don't, right. So
I'm not clear though.
But
You
I don't
guys
know
just
that that's
spoke in
gonna
like
be
a language that
possible.
I don't
Yeah.
understand. Like when you said, I live across the street, but you didn't
But
can you
I
finish
live
that?
across you, but I can't vote for you. Like you're representing that
Like
school.
me, I mean, I live,
Yeah.
but okay. Which like is, I'm not making a point. I just am, I don't understand exactly what the
So,
difference is in.
for example, Vice President Wong and I have a canal that separates us. That's a hard boundary, but it's also a school boundary. But we're not very far away from each other.
Yeah.
Right?
But there, or for example, my district, I have Southport families who are in District 5.
Right.
For example.
And
Right.
Just to
So-
share, given the number though, we don't perfectly match up there's no way to do that with schools because there's more schools than there are. So there will be some discrepancies, but
So-
try not to have one trustee represent 3 schools and one trustee represent 1 school, I think was an important consideration.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
right. If the school attendance boundaries don't adjust with the census data, then there
we
will
have to adjust our-
continue
that's
to
actually
be
the other
this
thing, too.
divide.
That's
Sorry,
a good
you
point.
guys, he didn't get to finish his sentence. Like, can you say that again one more time?
I was just commenting that as the population changes, if the school attendance boundaries don't change with the way that the population changes, then the trustee areas there's going to be a difference between school attendance boundaries and population.
Yeah.
And that happens all over. You're not alone in that.
And with declining enrollment, the attendance boundaries haven't really changed, right? If there was a potential at one point when we had a couple of schools that were so impacted that attendance boundaries may needed to have been adjusted. Bridgeway and Stonegate's creeping up there as well. But as of right now, there's a little room.
You just made me think, Mr. Chisholm, that we actually may have to redraw our attendance boundaries.
No,
actually.
I'm not suggesting that. I was not suggesting that.
Wait, I'm like, wait, the census. Now we
No.
actually probably do have to do that. But for this purpose, is not yet. We will use attendance boundaries we have. Bill is like falling off his chair saying, Vice President Wong, stop talking. We're doing one thing at a time. Okay.
No.
Okay,
I was
well-
not suggesting that.
I'm very visual, so I'm still not totally grasping this, but I will do it on my own. I don't understand the difference in attendance versus population, but I will figure that out. I hope that the public understands because I know this is part of why we're doing this. So that's why I'm asking these questions. And if it's not clear to me, then it might not be clear to the public. So that's the only reason I continue with this, but
yeah.
If I may, if you could visualize and we could help with this, if you could visualize the map that's on the screen here, and then overlay the boundaries of where students, if you draw a line here, then all these students above this line are going to this elementary school, and from here to here, I guess, and it's not going to be the same. And that's the point, is that the attendance boundaries can inform how the trustee areas are drawn, but they won't always work because some areas don't have any children, or some areas have a lot of children, and that's why it's not. The trustee areas are based on total population, not the attendance density or the number of students in an area.
Yeah, and case in point, over by the baseball stadium, that new development over there, the Bridge District, yeah. There's a lot of people that just moved in there that were not accounted for in the last census, but they also don't have a lot of children going to schools. So, but they are voters.
And they
what
account
we're
for
counting,
my, that's the growth of my
why
District 4.
That's right.
Okay.
But they're technically, the school boundary is, I think Elkhorn probably.
Actually,
Or Westfield?
It's Westmore Oaks.
Westmore Oaks, is it Westmore?
Westmore Oaks.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you want to see a district boundary that does not take into consideration, a district map that did not take into consideration trustee areas, look at the yellow map on the district website.
I
the one we
have
did.
seen that.
And that is
Now
the
I get it.
one- And that is the one that was used in a previous iteration of the analysis. However, even with that analysis, we would have had to make changes to the boundaries here.
Okay.
There's just too much growth in the city to accommodate
Yeah.
the lines the way they are drawn, even in that map.
Yeah. So if it's easy to balance that, attendance boundaries are based on children.
Right.
Right.
Trustee boundaries are based on everybody.
Entire population.
Children and, yeah. And
Got
adults.
it. That's helpful. Because I think of where we live and where my kids go to school, and it's different than my trustee area. Okay, I think I understand. And then the only other question I have is how do we make sure that that we protect the like Brighton Broderick,
Oh,
you
we
were
tell
saying
him,
that
we tell Mr.
That's
Chisholm that
it?
this is what we consider Brighton Broderick. This is the historic, that's what he's saying. Based on the data, he can't tell because he doesn't live here. So we
so
actually need
communities
to-
of interest are defined by us, not by any.
Yes.
Wow, that's interesting. Okay.
Last cycle, there was the public who wanted us to consider mobile parks a community of interest to not split up mobile parks, for example. So.
Huh. Okay. Thank you. That helps.
And oftentimes the community of interest will sometimes self-identify. It could be that mobile home park group came together and said, we really believe that we are a community and we would love to have our community be in the same district. Please don't draw a line right down the center of our community. And that's public input. That's something that we want to hear.
Right. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
I just realized a point, and that is that people used to vote for 5 board trustees. And if these lines will obviously, they will be changing, but potentially then there are voters who might be drawn into an area where the trustees are the most recent trustees, and then they go 2 cycles without having any votes or voices.
They go 6 years, yeah.
Yeah, that's possible.
That's
That is
possible.
So they go from voting for 5 people every 2 years to
Well,
voting for
we still rotated. Remember, we
0.
still went 1, 3, 5, and then we did 2, 4, and you voted for your
Wait,
top
no,
three.
but there are some people, like, for example, if Al will probably get some of my voters, right? Or whatever. I don't know.
But
I
at
don't know.
least they would have voted. So we are going to have, I'm just thinking, we can't solve this problem. It's just occurred to me that we'll have to be able to speak to that as we, explain the map changes and things.
Sorry, you don't get to vote for somebody for 6 years. Yeah.
That's hard.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Hard to go
That's a
from
process issue, yeah.
voting
Not a
for
whole lot of democracy in that.
Every 2 years.
Yeah, voting for 5 and getting every 2 years to, yeah, okay. I appreciate that. I'm going to keep
6 years,
digesting
right?
that.
Yeah, that's a good point, Ms. Kirby Gonzalez, that what we call election sequencing after these maps are redrawn is important. We will need to, plot the trustee areas, home addresses, and then terms. And then if those trustees, one thing that's really important to note is that this process does not affect the term that you're serving. It doesn't send anyone out of their seat or anything like that. It just creates this future look ahead where we figure out how to sequence the elections to incorporate the new trustee areas into where eventually you'll evolve into all of your trustees representing the new areas, but it doesn't have to happen, in November 2022. We can sequence, and we would need your legal counsel to support that effort to determine how to sequence the election if it were in fact to push, one of the trustees out of their existing area or something. But that is consideration, and we will, when we present the next scenario maps that we call them, those dots will be on the maps, and that will be there for your consideration.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chisholm. I appreciate it. Is there any further questions? Anyone else? All right, I'm done being triggered. We can move on to, let's see, N3, the Facilities Master Plan Quick Strike Cost Estimates.
Thank you.
Good evening again. This item is an information item and discussion. It is a follow-up to the October 19th special board meeting, where the board asked for additional information on the Facilities Master Plan Quick Strike projects. This evening, you'll receive a more detailed list of the Quick Strike projects per site, the estimated cost per site, and potential funding sources. I'm joined by our Facilities Director, Terry Sousa, Facilities Technician, Angie Nichols, and our partners at the Capital Program Management to assist us in this presentation. At this time, we will share a few pages from the document that's attached to this agenda item to help us to walk through and provide a brief summary of the information regarding the quick strikes. Mario, can you share this presentation, please? I'm unable to.
Sure, give me 1 second.
Thank you. And if you could go to page 4. Okay. This page here identifies the Quick Strike project tally matrix that the subcommittee identified and reviewed during presentations and meetings last spring. I'll ask Angie Nichols to provide a summary of the information that's shared on this particular page. Angie, are you there?
I am. Hi.
Hi.
Yes, so for those of you that may not remember, in the subcommittee, this was composed of stakeholders, including students, parents, staff, teachers, administrators. I believe that we had WSTA and CSEA there as well, and then we also had our 2 board members as well. And so after evaluating the Facilities Master Plan, which was quite a long process, and many of those that were involved in the subcommittee were also a part of the Facilities Master Plan process as well. It gave lots of great input. And so after evaluating the completed Facilities Master Plan, that was an opportunity for these stakeholders to take a look to make sure that the data that was collected during the Facilities Master Plan, which was an overall evaluation both based on need and wants for the sites, and stakeholders in the Facilities Master Plan, which is separate from the subcommittee, that was composed from surveys, online surveys, in-person workshops, and then also we had architectural and engineering assessments of all of the sites. And with all of that data, a few needs rose to the top, and they were documented in the Facilities Master Plan. Any of the smaller projects that might be able to be delivered in a shorter amount of time with a possibly more limited budget, we labeled as the quick strike projects. These are more readily available typically, and we might be able to see them district-wide or maybe at a few sites. And that's where the yellow and the white within the projects, that column there, that indicates the difference between maybe these projects are more related to one or a few sites, and then the white cells, those are more district-wide. So that's the color coding system there. And in the subcommittee meetings, we held 2 very productive meetings. And on the last meeting, after evaluating all the data in the facilities master plan, the subcommittee members were asked to designate a limited amount of votes for each of these projects as to what they felt mirrored the data in the FMP voiced by the stakeholders, and then also what they feel is representative of their voice as a stakeholder as well. And we asked them to initial next to their votes with those limited number of votes. And as you can see, these are the results. And there were some that were kind of more unanimous and popular. And then there were a few projects that were a little bit more sporadic. And this really helped to create a clear visual of those smaller ticket prices of the projects, what the subcommittee and the stakeholders, and then also in the facilities master plan, which had a huge number of participants in the process. We were able to filter through that a little bit more, so that way we could really see where we should possibly focus the limited dollars that we might have, because of course there's a lot of need, and we need to somehow find the priorities to divert our attention to first.
Thank you, Angie. Can I go to the next page, please? This next page is a summary of the estimated costs for the projects that Angie said that the subcommittee identified. It also includes a potential funding sources for these projects. The next page will ask our consultant from Capital Program Management to provide details and background on how the costs were identified per school based upon those priority items, quick strike items. Tim, are you available?
I am.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Well, there were several site visits that were done to get quantities for each of these scopes of work. There were measurements that were done, for example, the exterior painting, gutter replacement, roofing. You know, those measurements were obtained primarily through Google Earth or site visits. Basically, we just got the quantities that were for each of those scopes of work, and then worked with our estimator to apply a unit cost to those quantities. And then we added some soft costs, as we spoke a little bit about in our prior board meeting, soft costs and contingencies, and some escalation for this work to be done at a future time. And those are the numbers.
You'll notice that in these estimates that two schools, Westfield and Elkhorn, the cost for the quick strikes are much smaller than you would expect for a K-8 school. That's because these two schools are identified to be part of our Measure Z funding, so that other funding sources will be used to be able to make upgrades and changes to those particular schools. At the bottom of the page, we do detail out, again, potential funding sources for the quick strike projects. I will ask Angie to also share a little bit about how the projects were identified per site.
The projects by site were really derived from the facilities master plan, and also the institutional knowledge that the district has as far as need and historical data. So it was very nice to receive those engineering and architectural evaluations, and then also hear from the community. So any of the greatest need that was highest on the priority list, anything that would end up costing more money later on if it went ignored, that kind of rose to the top. Safety was a huge part, and really listening to all of the stakeholders. So it was really taking in that data. And then also per site, each site is so unique with their needs. The quick strikes really do offer a chance to either give each site something maybe small and more easily deliverable, or maybe the sites that really do have those maybe yellow coded or colored cells that we had there unique to their sites. So that was really where the verdict came from.
Thank you, Tim and Angie. We really appreciate your input. So at this time, we are open to answer any questions or any comments that you may have.
Great, thank you. Since there's no one here in person, we'll go to public comment from the phone or online.
There are no public comments received.
Great, and I did not receive anything in writing, so I will open it up to the board. Trustee or Vice President Wong.
Thank you. Hi, Tim again, my best friend. Thank you, Monique, for actually disaggregating the data by school site. This is exactly what I was asking for in terms of just kind of transparency about where things were going to be kind of funded. And thank you for the explanation of, like, again, if you're looking at this, like, where Elkhorn and Westfield, those are the two, biggest schools. And so it's really good to see and have the explanation that they are priority schools for Measure Z, that the major modernization efforts were there. And so that's why for the short-term plans, they're not going to be funded. So I think this, as the public starts to see things happening that aren't like right away at Elkhorn, and they're like, why is that school getting that? And why aren't we getting this? It's actually good to just have this transparent conversation about, this is why, and this is the process. So President Pizarro and I were chatting about, are some of these to address, Angie, you said safety issues, like, again, if the public's looking at this and it's posted that $600,000 for parking lot at YOLO Education Center, which is our smallest population of schools. So that I can imagine I might get some calls going, hey, Vice President Wong, like, why, again, Elkhorn and Westfield aren't getting anything. You're about to repave a school that has, X number of students and teachers.
Well, anyone who has been in the YOLO parking lot can tell that it's absolutely a tripping hazard. It is not a proper path to travel for staff and students. We also have our adult ed at YOLO. We also have our transitional adult living campus. We also have a county program of special needs there. So even though YOLO itself may have somewhat of a smaller enrollment, it's still a very active site, and safety matters.
Yes, especially for our transitional living, our students with special needs who we are required to serve up through the age of 21. So I think we forget that. So thank you for explaining that a little bit more.
All right. Trustee Carrigan-Gonzalez.
Okay, oops, wrong headphone. I apologize if you stated this. I had a little note about my kids and it distracted me. So did we discuss why the Westmore Oaks roof, is this old Westmore Oaks, new Westmore Oaks, is this Fallbrook? Was that already stated? And I apologize if I missed that in your discussion.
The roofs were not a part of the most recent modernization. That was something that unfortunately we were not able to afford with the remaining Measure V funds at the time. We had future planned on re-roofing the whole site with hopefully the grants that we would receive through the process. So that way it would still be technically funded by Measure V and also funded by the project itself. And I've mentioned in the past that we actually have 2 pending applications for that project, one modernization, one new construction. And although our eligibility and the value of that eligibility is only determined at the time that they choose to evaluate our application, right now, the new construction is about 5.5 million. And then the modernization is about 3 million. So we were holding out in hopes that the project would reimburse a new roof for itself. But now we have an opportunity to address it sooner. It is in need of replacement.
Thank you. Would we still be eligible for those funds like retroactively if we move forward to fix the roof then?
Oh, absolutely. Those funds, they're not limited to the site. They typically the district chooses to reimburse the fund itself. So this would go back to the Measure V funds. But we also have a CBOC associated with it. So if we end up getting these funds 3 years from now after the CBOC has disassembled, then it may end up going to another funding source, and there's really no limitations that I understand.
All right, thank you so much for that. And then you mentioned safety. So let's say that we get some of that money back. I know that it's not on here and I apologize for just throwing this piece out, but it had been discussed a lot in the past is those breakaway gates. So I just wanted to say it on the record as I was looking at schools, you know, it does make me nervous when they have a chain to lock the front entrance. When we think about safety, if something, you know, it just makes me very, very nervous. And so I wanted to state that for the record, that if anything comes up or we're able to address that in any way down the road, that breakaway gates so that people have a safe way to get out of campus if needed. Okay.
I was going to comment on that was one of the components that stakeholders during the facilities master plan, it was a column that they could vote on during every avenue, whether it be the survey or the community input. And it wasn't one of the most popular. So that's why it's not here on the quick strike list.
Okay, thank you. And then the only other piece I'll give a shout out, I support this, I appreciate all the hard work, is the painting. I know that Clerk Venegas has also mentioned murals down the road. And so just that there's a conversation with principals that if we're going to come in the district's going to do some painting, that I think especially the middle school spaces need to just be better at every campus, then maybe if they want to put in a mural, that it would be an incredible time, and maybe we can partner with others, and I'm happy to help fundraise in those ways too. I know that this painting budget probably doesn't support adding a mural to every campus, but something to think about, because I certainly wouldn't want to pay somebody to come in and paint every wall and then have a wall that that we could dedicate for a beautiful VAPA project. Thank you.
All right, I'll go to Clerk Venegas.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you, Sarah, for that reminder of the murals. Definitely looking forward to that. A question that I had, as far as the covered lunch areas, I see the same cost for every site. Is this with the idea that we have the space at every site to have a similar size covered lunch area? What do we, when we're thinking about size and enrollment, are we thinking from a visual standpoint and a capacity standpoint that we're going to have the similar size one at every site? Is that kind of what I'm seeing here?
They will most likely not be all the same size due to the footprint of the campus and the space that's available, especially when you come in with trees and what may be appropriate footing, and also path of travel for an outdoor dining, and also what would be close to the cafeteria for food services, just so that way they could serve the students. But the price is a hold pretty much the ticket item is the fact that they're metal roofs and they're not the fabric. So that was a holding place based on what we know right now. We wouldn't know the exact measurements or area in which the outdoor dining might cover until we actually have surveys done, because sometimes there's underground utilities that might prevent us from placing footings in the places we would really want them to be. So all of these figures are based on what we know right now, without having any surveys done for underground utilities. And really that's when we get the true cost, is when we get all of that data before we go out to bid for a project. So these are holding numbers, I would say.
Got it. And thank you for that. And is the shade structure fabric different than the covered?
Mm-hmm. It's an addition. Yes, it's an addition, and it would be kind of that canvas sort of material that might go over the top. So those are very durable. However, the fabric needs to be replaced usually after about 15 years. They actually have a pretty good shelf life to them. And but the metal roof will be good for far longer. So they're two different. So one might be considered more of a outdoor learning area or a play area, whereas the metal roofs would have the designated outdoor dining, but then also could be used as a outdoor learning environment too.
A lot of the shade structures are over the playgrounds, under the jungle gyms.
Yeah.
Things like that.
So to that comment, Kobe, sorry, President Posadi, those are much more expensive. These are priced at kind of a more standard shade structure. The play structures that go over playgrounds are much more expensive and also more limited because they have to have a certain height over the actual playground. And some playgrounds just simply won't accommodate a fabric shade structure over the top. So of course, we're still working out details as to whether or not the site would go over, or the shade structure will go over the playground. But what I've been hearing so far is they just want shade. The sites just want shade somewhere.
Gotcha. Are you good? All right. Trustee Barnes, do you have any questions?
Can we, is this annoying to go back to, I was looking at the crash bar. That was my only, I noticed that there were no initials by it. Say that again. There was one. I was trying to line it up, but it's hurting my eyes to, oh, that's so much better. Crash bar gates on playground. Well, now I can just see Kobe's face. I mean, President Posadi's face in the middle of the, it looks great. You look great. Oh, I see. Okay, Laura. Yeah, I'm wondering. I was just thinking of the time frame on that, but it sounds like that's one that was a short term. Oh, I have her on mute. Sorry. There we go. So it looks like this one is one more, the crash bar gates on playground is one that is more imminent. It's going to happen sooner than later, correct? Am I right? Or is that one that is, because the white areas are the areas that are.
The white areas had no votes.
Right.
So the subcommittee members were asked to put their initials to their votes that they would like to cast.
Oh, I thought that the white areas, okay, I totally misunderstood that then. So what is the time frame then for the crash bar gates on the playgrounds?
As of right now, they're not a part of the ESSER plan, but if that's something that could be pursued through different funding sources, that's something that we would definitely look at if that's something that the board would like to proceed with.
So just from the facilities subcommittee standpoint, we all voted on items. Well, you could see what we voted on, and it only received one vote. So it wasn't amongst the highest group of items that really everybody had kind of a consensus on. So it didn't get put into this list that you're looking at. Certainly something we could open up for discussion if you want to. But that was basically the bottom line stuff.
I know this is really hard, and I appreciate that because I remember going through and marking my vote in a very short amount of time. But so I appreciate this, but I do think it's one of those like fluke things where we might be like, whoa, maybe we should have had those. So I think that might be something to discuss, but I also, that's just a comment.
There was also a certain amount of votes, so it would be.
You only got 8. Right?
Yeah, so it would be, okay, vote for, get that, take that off, right? So it kept, and believe me, I kept reading.
Yeah.
Just kind of go through that. So this is an idea of what everyone.
Yeah.
But again, but the discussion and something that we want to read about.
President Kobe, Mr. Pizzotti. I was because I was looking at the water bottle filling stations, which is important, and then in my like trauma brain, right, in my world, I'm like, yeah, we need the crash bar gates. So that's all I'm saying. Crazy things happen. I think it's worth a discussion. It is actually, this is kind of the first time that I'm thinking about it, and that's it.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
I'll comment on that if I might, please. That this spreadsheet really does kind of mirror the stakeholders' input at the time, which of course that was done in 2019. So a lot of things have happened since 2019. So we proceeded with the planning for future projects based on the facilities master plan, the data we received during that process. So that's where we went with that. So I will say that it really does kind of mimic what the stakeholders felt at the time.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So opposite of the crash bar votes, there was much more, there were many more votes on technology and infrastructure, but we noticed that did not make it. I know there were a couple of asterisks that maybe you can help us. So opposite of the crash bar situation, we have a lot of people wanting technology upgrades that were not reflective in your in the proposed quick strike project. Can you help us understand?
Yeah, that because there's so many unknowns with technology infrastructure as far as pricing. We know what the needs may be. I know that the director of IT, Brian Briggs, would probably list off all kinds of upgrades that are needed site or district wide. But if we only have a limited number of funds that we're able to designate through ESSER, we don't want to take on more than what we can absorb with what we have. And when you get into the technology, especially when you're talking fiber and many other upgrades that will hopefully become standard for Washington Unified through IT, it's just a little too unpredictable for us. Kind of like the unforeseens and any sort of underground utilities, that leaves kind of some questions for us sometimes, but that's a little bit more predictable than what is in the walls when you remove the drywall.
Sure.
Especially when we're talking about sites that are 80 years old.
100% agree with that. And to that point, I would say that just like you did with other areas, like covered lunch areas, they all got a 945,000. It might be, worthwhile to at least list a placeholder number, like a budgeted number that, while we don't know what that is, at least because it was a top priority for virtually everybody. Leaving a 0 there does not really help us for what our intended goal is, right? We want to at least try to do something in the information technology area, right? Because it was important to all of us. So,
I'm
yeah, it was one of our, we got 5 votes on that, which I think there was only 3 items that got 5. Oh, really? All 6?
I'm sure that Monique can elaborate more on the ESSER input that we received, but that was another component. When we took this information, it was solely based on the wants and the needs using at the time Measure Z funds, which Measure Z cannot absorb these now. So it was more so about what are the guidelines of ESSER, what are we allowed to spend the funds on, what will relate to those guidelines.
And before I go on any further, I know Tadadley is still on, and we did have a student board member or a student member on this committee. But if Tadadley, you would like to give your input on some of the things that you see on here that you think are very important, because you go to the schools and you see what you see what's there firsthand. So I'd just love to hear whatever input you have, if you have any at all. That's fine. Or did he? No, he's there. Okay. Maybe he's studying. Okay, we'll go on. We'll go on, Angie. Yeah, so there was a couple of them that I found, that everybody seemed to come to a consensus on. Exterior paint. I think pretty much all the schools except for the newest, the newest one, could use a facelift in terms of touch-up paint. What was the other one? The Infotech, that was one. Roof and roof repair. Not everyone needs roof repair, but there are some that definitely do. And there was a couple of like when I looked at covered lunch areas, a couple of school sites already have covered lunch areas, yet they've been listed as allocating a chunk of money for that. So as I looked at, I'm not going to try and shortchange Bridgeway Island, but they have a very big covered lunch area, as well as a solar array where kids go and eat and the tables there. So there is definitely room to have more, but as I look at it, that would be one which we would be able to say probably doesn't need one if we're going to try and put the highest priorities. I don't know. Stonegate have one?
What came to mind is actually River City that has the metal roof, and so trying to figure out where you would place. Anyway, I mean, I think I also trust staff to kind of figure out assessment and equity and need. I think, Angie, you kind of outlined kind of everything. Right now, these are just estimates. You may come back and say, hey, Bridgeway, you don't need it, and actually Elkhorn might be able to, whatever it is. So I want to defer staff to kind of actually walk the campuses and say, okay, this is what the bottom line was, but this is where we're actually going to start to break ground and build areas, right? Because my thought was, okay, River City has a big metal lunch area in the middle, and where else would it be? But that's, again, I'm sure there's lots of land on River City too that you could build other places. I get that. So I'm going to defer to staff and trust that you'll give us more information as this folds out. But
sure.
Generally, I think this looks good to me.
I mean, but if you look at it from that perspective, you take away those two, that's 1.8 million, 1.85 million, right? So there's definitely room for savings in there as we look at it from a different lens. So.
And President Posadi, I did also, hopefully you'll come back to us if there's any additional money, and then we can have the conversation as has been said. And the idea of River City having the outdoor space, we had spoken that they're using their big stadium for their assemblies. And so my hope would be that they have some flexibility to maybe upgrade their sound system, maybe with that, if it fits into their outdoor learning space as this goes. So. But they didn't know that they were going to be using it for their outdoor assemblies. For ESSER money.
All right.
Oh, I'm getting it now. I'm sorry. I forgot I wasn't on mute. Yes, I like this.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Angie. I appreciate that. And if there's no further comments, are we good? All right. We will be moving on to the consent agenda, and in 22 minutes, making a motion to extend. Is there anybody that wants to take an item off consent agenda? No? 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 All right. With that, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Moved by trustee Kirby Gonzalez, second by clerk Venegas. We'll start with trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas. I too vote aye. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
And trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
All right, the consent agenda is adopted. We are going to, let me scroll down as I continue to scroll. P1, I believe. Is that right? Yeah, P1. Approval of addendum for iReady personalization instruction, Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services, Stan Weissich, and Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Matt Ainsworth.
Thank you again, President Pizzotti. Last board meeting on October 14th, Educational Services, more specifically, Director of Curriculum and Instruction and Professional Learning, Matt Ainsworth, presented an iReady personalized instruction as a K-8 supplemental instructional tool that works in collaboration with the iReady diagnostic. So as a refresher of that meeting, Washington Unified Educational Services developed an iReady personalized instruction pilot team during the 21-22 school year to provide professional learning, analyze student data, and gather teacher input on the effectiveness of the personalized instruction program. Based on that pilot and the information we received from the staff members that took part in it, our recommendation is that we add the iReady personalized instruction program to match the duration of our already existing iReady diagnostics agreement. And we're asking the board tonight to approve our addition of that program.
President Pizzotti has stepped away, and I'm going to look to Mario. We only have one attendee of the public. I don't know if there's a public comment on this issue.
There is no public comment received.
Okay. If not, then I'm going to turn it over to discussion for the board. I'm seeing no discussion. Trustee Kerb, no.
Well, no, I was going to make a motion, but I realized that maybe we wanted to wait until President Pizzotti's here. I don't know, but given the assurances from the last board meeting, and I appreciated hearing how this will be used in a thoughtful way, and my concerns were alleviated, so I make a motion to approve.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a first from motion from trustee Kirby Gonzalez, a second from trustee Barnett. Roll call vote. Clerk Venegas. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Barnett.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. We can record the vote for President Pizzotti when he comes back, but your motion still passes. Your item passes. Now we are moving on to P2, approval of the 2021-22 comprehensive school site safety plan. Assistant Superintendent Moisage, a very timely presentation.
Thank you. All schools in every California school district are required to submit safety plans for approval by the Board of Education and to be ready to review from the California Department of Education for each school year. School safety always remains the highest priority of Washington Unified. Washington Unified School District safety plans were developed with input from the school site administration, staff, including approval before each school site council. School safety plans are to be updated annually for content and training purposes prior to submission to the Board of Education. To be inclusive with all partnerships working on behalf of our students and school safety, the school site safety plans have also been shared with the West Sac PD and the fire departments. The comprehensive school safety plans have been attached to this agenda for review for each school site, And we ask for your approval of those tonight.
I'm going to pause for one quick second and go back to record President Pizzetti's vote on P1. I ready.
Aye.
Okay, so we have a unanimous vote on I ready. So go ahead. We're on to P2.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that, Vice President Wong. I'm going to go to public comment. Is there any public comment on this, Mario?
No public comment received.
Great, thank you. So with that, I'll open up to the board. I'll just quickly say, I think there was a comment by the public about school site safety plans and the inability to find school site safety plans. I was saving my response until now. Here's because it was attached in this agenda item. So I believe was it Ms. Kanowski, Katie Kanowski? Yeah, Ms. Kanowski, if you're still watching or listening, please check out the agenda. It is attached right here. So with that, questions from the board. Vice President Wong.
Maybe perhaps we can explain that they are available, but because of safety issues, I don't know, I would turn it over to Jay or Assistant Superintendent Moisich or Dr. Burns, either one of you. I just want to, we know the answer, but it might be helpful in this moment to explain why they're not readily accessible.
All right. That's a good point, Vice President Wong.
Yeah, and I do want to add that Dr. Jay Burns led this process, our director of special programs with all of our site principals and staff. And you are correct, there are certain things we can't just openly put online. However, if families are wanting to come see the safety plan in its entirety, they are able to come to the school site and they are available in the front office for people if they'd like to look at. But the plans that we worked on, we have attached them to this agenda, so they are available. Those things are available for public view.
I think to answer Vice President Wong's question, Stan, she mentioned why aren't they readily available to everyone?
Gotcha. One of the things is there are certain procedures and policies that we do try to our best to keep internal because if they were known to the outside, they could be used in some nefarious purpose against the school site. And so there are purposes and processes that we do keep internal so that we keep, because it enhances safety that way.
Yeah. Can I add to the new governing board who wasn't here when we actually hired the safety consultant to address, and it was highly advised because of, if you're going to go to a site and figure out whether or not they're going to break in and do what you need to do, having it publicly available on, we don't want to advertise what our safety plans are, but because we are a public entity, they are available. What we do is actually, if you're going to see it, we actually take down information, detailed information, so we know who and have a log of exactly how many people ask for it in the event anything happens on each campus. So that's my understanding from our safety consultants, why we actually don't have it readily available. Dr. Burns, I know that were you with us when the safety consultant was here?
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Okay, so I understand that correctly. I just wanted to make sure the public was aware that it's actually with intention that it's not available for kind of additional safety procedures as advised by a safety expert. And I also want to note that actually there was a grand jury on safety, and Washington Unified had won an award for being the safest in Yolo County with all our processes and procedures, but we actually still, with those awards, we still actually hired a safety consultant to address of our additional procedures that we wanted to include.
As well as the grand jury stated in their report that we were to be modeled. Everybody should take a look at us and model themselves after us. So it was pretty high praise from the grand jury. So with that, is there any other comments? Trustee Gonzalez, did you have something?
Thank you. Yes, I do. One piece I think too that would be helpful to communicate, this is not directly on the safety plan, but to communicate with our families how they will be communicated with possibly. If there's an emergency, I noticed that many in our community maybe don't have updated email. So do they get an email, a text? What is the best place for them to look? And if they didn't, then what do they need to do to rectify that? I think would be helpful for some, at least in terms of the process, so they know exactly what to be looking for. My question would be, how are the safety plans communicated to our substitute teachers? And we have a lot of new teachers who've come on, especially, maybe who last year were not teaching in a classroom here. So what does that look like for onboarding the safety plan?
Dr. Jay Burns, I was
Sure.
hoping maybe you could take this one on as this was something that was discussed when you were forming your safety plans.
Yeah, two things. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez, you brought up number one, parents. If you blocked us, if you blocked our emails, if you blocked our text messages or our phone calls, please unblock them. We learned that the last couple of days. A large number of people have blocked us at River City High School, and they weren't receiving the messages, the text message, the email, the phone call, whatever. In regards to these, I was able to meet with each individual administrator from each site who oversaw this process. And we talked about substitute folders, right? Making sure that everything's in that substitute folder from A to Z. For example, maps of where that we're going to evacuate to. What does a lockdown drill look like? Can't talk, I'm stuttering. What does a duck and cover drill look like? So yes, we have safety folders for each substitute on each campus and maps and more.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Dr. Burns. And then my only other question is, it was brought up this evening by Mr. Knepp about a possible safety meeting with the county and to look at having a safety, the safety task force that already was in existence possibly. Do you see that as something that is a possibility moving forward to be able to do that?
So yeah, thank you for that, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. I've reached out to the county already, and the trainer who conducted those trainings 3 years ago, I believe, and we are working on dates that are possible in the future to repeat that training. I also want to say that even though we have plans, we're asking for formal acceptance of these plans tonight. We want to assure everybody listening and the public in general that safety work is ongoing. So it's something that is consistently and constantly being evaluated based on things that are happening that are current. Some safety procedures and protocols may yet need to be put in place due to different concerns that could be happening in the future. And so even though we have these plans and protocols, a big part of the process due to staff turnover is to continue to train and continue to go over these plans with our staff to make sure that everybody knows how to implement. So that is an ongoing work. So just the formal acceptance tonight does not end our safety work. It is something that is continuous and ongoing, and I want to make sure that everybody understands that.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that.
Great, thank you. Any other questions or comments? No. Okay. So do I have a motion? Did you?
No, I was going to move.
Okay. We have a motion from Vice President Wong, second by Clerk Venegas. Let's start with Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. The school site and emergency operation plans are adopted. Approval of the ESSER 3 expenditure plan. Stan Moisich, Assistant Superintendent Ed Services, and Stephanie Grote, Director of Compliance and Accountability.
Thank you again. This is also an action item that started as an information item at the last board meeting. ESSER 3 funding provides funding to our school district through Section 2001 of the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief, known as the ESSER 3 Fund, to address the impact of COVID-19 on elementary and secondary schools. So tonight we have a short presentation for you with updates and revisions to the ESSER 3 plan as was presented on October 14th at the WUSD board meeting. And just a reminder, this plan must be adopted by our local governing board tonight because it's on or before October 29th. So we're at the point where we do need to adopt this. So thank you very much. Just a little reminder.
So we could come back tomorrow with some revisions is what I hear. Oh, I know we can. 24 hours.
And I have with me tonight Director of Accountability and Compliance, Stephanie Grote, who's done a great job leading this process and getting input. And Stephanie, would you take away?
Hang on a second, because right in the middle of your presentation, we're going to run into needing to move past the 10 o'clock hour. So can I get a motion to extend beyond 10? Moved by Trustee Barnes. A very long pause and a second.
Nothing else has a deadline of tomorrow except this. I think we can move
Right.
through this in like
late.
7
I don't
minutes.
know what to tell you.
Second by Clerk Venegas. I'm going to start with you, Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas. Clerk Venegas. I too vote aye. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez.
Aye.
All right, so we can extend. Okay, I'm sorry, Stephanie. I didn't mean to get you caught up in that. Go ahead and go on with the presentation.
No worries, but I do have 6 minutes, so we'll see. Thank you.
Now you have more.
I'll go, we'll see. There's only a few slides. Next slide, please, Mario. Thank you. Good evening, President Pizzotti, board members, Dr. Hildreth, the Washington Unified staff, and the community members. We're here this evening to request the approval of the ESSER 3 plan. This draft plan was presented at the October 14th board meeting. This evening, I'll be sharing with you the requirements of ESSER 3 plan, as well as the updates and revisions to the previously presented draft plan. Next slide. First, we'll begin with the plan requirements. Next slide. The ESSER 3 funds are temporary funds that must be spent by December of 2024. The intent of these funds is to address students' academic, social, emotional, and mental health needs, as well as the opportunity gaps that existed before and were exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide. This is a slide that just reminds us that this plan was put together with community engagement. On the left-hand side are the groups that we typically engage with through the LCAP process, and then the graphic on the right does show those additional groups in which we did have that meaningful consultation where applicable. Next slide. After the draft plan was presented on October 14th, minor revisions and updates were made to the plan, that will be presented to you this evening for approval. Next slide. The plan this evening includes feedback received from comments during the previous board meeting. The plan also includes the feedback that was received from our County Office of Education. We had sent this draft plan to them for their approval to make, for their pre-approval to make sure that we were meeting all the components. On page 5 of the plan, a description of how the development of the plan was influenced by the community input is clearly outlined. This includes the priorities for the plan, as well as which community groups identified which actions as their priorities. Additional input was also gathered from a parent community meeting that was held in person. During this meeting, in-person translation was provided, and we also received input from various emails. Next slide. This section, as presented on October 14th, all actions and expenditures to address student needs must be described in one of 3 allowable areas. While the action titles did not change for strategies for continuous and safe in-person learning, there was a revision to the action description for the facility improvements. This was talked about a little bit prior when we were talking about the quick strikes. These facility improvements must be approved by the state and meet the requirements of the grant. This section does include several facility projects that support the continuous and safe in-person learning for students. Things such as the wellness centers to support that social, emotional, and mental health needs of our students. Next slide. In the addressing the impact of lost instructional time, a revision was made in the amount of the expenditures for the extended learning time. This represents the required 20% for this section.
that is required, and this was based upon the small adjustment to our total allocation. Next slide. This is our timeline and next steps that highlights what has occurred to date. Tonight, we are requesting the approval of the Washington Unified School District ESSER 3 plan. This plan must be adopted on or before October 29th to receive the funds. Once approved, the plan will be sent to YCOE, posted on the website, and the district will begin the implementation of the action.
Great, thank you, Stephanie. Is that concluding your report, Stan?
That's, yes, we're just requesting action.
Gotcha. Okay, Mario, is there any public comment?
There is no public comment received.
Great, thank you. We'll go to the board. Is there any questions or comments?
I just have one.
Go ahead.
She finished at 9:59.
Oh.
Really good job, Stephanie.
Nice job, Stephanie. That was pretty good. Vice President Wong?
I was going to, I asked you one question. The item said that there were changes. Were there any changes from the last time you presented this stuff? I didn't see any. The item as described said that there were updates and changes to the ESSER, but I don't see any changes from the last time you presented this stuff. Were there?
Yeah, so the changes were highlighted in blue.
Oh, sorry.
On the presentation,
Gotcha.
not in the plan.
Okay, gotcha.
So yeah, just the wording for the facility improvements, that was changed, and then that dollar amount was changed.
The
And
dollar
then
amount,
that there was added in the community engagement section. So those are the changes.
Okay, gotcha. Hence the ESSER quick strike and then the tied together. Okay, if there are any other questions, I'm ready to move whenever everybody else is ready to vote.
Second, Trustee Barnett. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
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 You ever notice how we move faster once we move past 10 o'clock?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Don't feel a little bit. All right, P4. Sorry, my bad. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mario. P4, approval of the job description for the Administrator of Communications and Community Outreach to the Executive Director of Communications, Kamaji Panu, Assistant Superintendent of HR.
Good evening. Trustees are asked to approve the updated job description of a Executive Director of Communications. Each year, employees have an option of submitting for a reclassification process if their core foundations of and job duties have changed and grown. So our Administrator of Communications and Outreach did request the reclassification during the 2020-21 school year. After reviewing the request and current job duties assigned to this individual, the district did find that the reclassification was appropriate. Through that process and reviewing job duties and job descriptions from surrounding districts, a new job description was developed, aligning the current and future needs of the districts and current practices. The incumbent in this position will have a seniority date of July 1st, 2021, and compensation will be retroactive to this date once this job description has been approved.
Okay. Is there any public comment, Mario?
No public comment received.
Great, thank you. Any comments from the board? Vice President Wong,
I think
with your razzing.
I think the incumbent's done a really great job, especially the last couple of days, and just have been just so grateful of said incumbent taking us through COVID and everything that they have actually kind of provided to the public in such a quick, just a transparent way, and just really appreciate it. And again, whenever the board is ready, I am ready to move for a vote.
Right, I 100% agree. Couldn't concur more with that statement, especially just these last 2 days. Communication's been outstanding, but it always is. So I would say this is definitely well deserved, and entertaining your motion now if anybody else has any comments. Okay. You can go ahead and make that.
Can I move to adopt to reclassify and provide retro pay to unnamed incumbent?
And I will second that.
All right, we have a motion by Vice President Wong and a second by Trustee Kirby Gonzalez, and I'll start. I vote aye. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas. All right, there we go. Moving at a rapid clip. P5, approval of the revised 2021-2022 classified management and confidential salary schedule.
We get a thumbs up. He's like,
right.
My board, I guess.
Salary schedule, Kamaljeet New Assistant Soup of HR.
Trustees are asked to adopt and approve the revised 2021-22 classified management schedule to reflect the addition of the executive director of communication salary range that is now part of our management job description, in alignment with our management job descriptions.
Okay, got it. Mario, is there any public comment?
There is no public comment.
Seeing and hearing none. All right, is there any comments from the board? Seeing and hearing none, I'll entertain a motion from the board.
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. Second by Clerk Venegas. Start with Clerk Venegas. Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye. I swear we move so fast right up.
I know, seriously. And I have 2 vote aye. That measure is adopted, and we're moving on to Q, Board Governance, Resolution number 2122-07, Veterans Day. Now, let me download that, pop it up. Ooh, gotta expand that so I can see it. Resolution number 2122-07, Veterans Day, whereas November 11th, 1918 marked the end of World War I, and whereas in 1938, the United States Congress passed a bill to make November 11th a permanent day dedicated to the cause of world peace and known as Armistice Day. And following World War II, the day became known as Veterans Day. And whereas on Veterans Day, all citizens should pause, reflect, remember, and honor our veterans, past and present, our veterans missing in action, and the survivor of those brave, courageous Americans whose service and sacrifice enable us to enjoy the peace and freedom in our great nation, the United States of America. Therefore, be it resolved that the Washington Unified School District Board of Education recognizes November 11th, 2021 as Veterans Day in honor, recognition, and sincere appreciation for the service of veterans and members of the United States Armed Forces, and encourages all schools to undertake educational activities which commemorate the history and contribution of our nation's veterans. Passed and adopted by the Washington Unified School District Board on this day, 28th of October, 2021, by the following vote. Mario, is there any public comment on this?
There is no public comments.
All right. Is there any comments or questions from the board? Seeing and hearing none, is there a motion?
I move.
Moved by Vice President Wong, seconded by Clerk Venegas. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Clerk Venegas. And Trustee Kirby, Trustee Barnes. I'm so sorry.
Hi.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Hey.
Totally look alike. It's there, right? Okay. Moving on to Q2, Resolution number 2122-08, National Native American Heritage Month. Let me download that. Pop it up. Okay. Darn it. Yeah, go ahead if you want.
Thank you, President Zadi. Resolution number 2122-08, National Native American Heritage Month, whereas people of Native American heritage have played a central role in the history of the United States. And whereas the United States has paused to recognize the contribution of these citizens throughout the course of our history, and whereas President George W. Bush in 2002 proclaimed November to be National American Indian Heritage Month, and whereas we acknowledge these Americans for their contributions to government, industry, commerce, agriculture, science, literature, and the arts. And whereas Section 51204.5 of the California Education Code states that the instruction in social sciences shall include the early history of California and the study of the role and contribution of both men and women, Native Americans, African Americans, Mexican Americans, Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders, European Americans, lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender Americans, persons with disabilities, and members of other ethnic and cultural groups to the economic, political, and social development of California and the United States of America, with particular emphasis on portraying the role of these groups in contemporary society. Therefore, it be resolved that the Washington Unified School Board recognizes the month of November 2021 as National Native American Heritage Month, and that all schools be encouraged to recognize the contributions of Native Americans through our curriculum and activities at the school. And with that, if there's no discussion, I guess public comment.
There is no public comment received.
Great, thank you, Mariam. You're helping us move expeditiously. And
I move.
Moved by Vice President Wong. Second by Clerk Venegas. Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Okay. First read of revisions to Board Policy and Administrative Regulations 5145.3 Non-Discrimination Harassment. Stan Wysich, Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services.
Thank you again. Fostering a sense of belonging and connectedness in school is very crucial for all our students on their path to success. It has been noted that many of our LGBTQ students are left feeling unsupported in their schools. And in order to ensure that school learning environments are supportive of all students and respect is something that is highlighted for all our students and families. It's critical to implement specific policies and procedures that support LGBTQ youth and affirm their identities, promote safe and healthy learning environments, and advance equity and respect for all in our schools. And in early September, we did have a working group of administrators that met to create a draft revising Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 5145.3, non-discrimination and harassment. That draft was also shared with a student focus group at River City High School before it was given to the board subcommittee for board policies on September 8th of 2021, which conducted a review to consider revising BP and AR 5145.3, non-discrimination and harassment. High school students from River City High School, YOLO, and Washington Middle College High School also were participants in that board subcommittee meeting. Furthermore, an additional focus group with students from River City High School met afterward to consider further revisions. So the drafts you have tonight have the AR and the BP, and they have been edited to reflect that input. Dr. Andre Phillips, who's Director of Student Services and Special Education, was involved in all the meetings regarding this feedback. And we are asking for you to accept these policies and move them forward.
Great, thank you, Stan. Mara, is there anyone on the line? I know there's a written comment.
No, just the written comment, no public, no live comments.
That's a great question. Tadadley, are you still on? Wait, okay. Let me read these public comments, and then I'm gonna ask if Tadadley has anything that he'd like to share. Okay, hang on one second. Now I gotta start the timer. Pre-submitted public comment by Gail Costello on Q3. All student body members play many roles in high school as a student, an athlete, a club member, a band or orchestra, musician, debater, actor, sculptor, videographer, etc. A student's sexual identity group is only one aspect of their studenthood. And I would hope that their role as a student is judged based on merit, what they have learned, what they have mastered or achieved, regardless of their roles or regardless of their other roles. Just as schools do not grant special academic privileges standards for artists, actors, or board members or band members, there should not be special consideration for identity groups. This agenda item Q3 talks about LGBT students not feeling supported, about how all students should feel safe and have a healthy learning environment. I would hope every student feels safe and has a healthy learning environment. I would hope every teacher, instructor requires students to treat each other with respect. But that doesn't mean special arrangements or special treatment should be provided for some identity groups en masse. School is not the place to work out individual students' psychological needs. Schools do provide services for students who need academic or physical accommodations, but that is not the case with identity groups unless the student has an IEP. I think it is a mistake for the schools to encourage LGBT students to think that their most important academic characteristic is their identity group, just as it would be a mistake to constantly reference an actor in the school play as a star or a campus art student as the next Michelangelo. Okay. With that comment being made, is there any other comments from the board? Questions? Seeing and hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I just have one question. I know that you, President Pizzotti, when this was last, was that addressed?
Yes, it was.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I didn't
It
catch
was,
it.
it was a part of the legal
The
definition.
legal definition.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be clear
Yeah,
that that was, that you were addressed. Okay.
I'm fine with it now.
So as chair of said subcommittee, I'm always the point because I'm a CSBA delegate, so. Yeah, so I mean, that's okay. It's okay, it's late. I think that this was really vetted by the students. I trust them. I thank you for staff for actually doing due diligence, taking it to the students and providing additional edits. I actually think that this improves upon our public policy agenda. And I don't know, Trustee Barnes, if you have any comments on the process or the policy.
Yeah, this was delightful for me. I am so proud of our staff and so proud of our students and the student leadership team that we were in the email and you commented too of how proud you were of them. And I think this is why we do what we do. I am just really glad to be a part of it. I'm thankful I was on this committee and proud of everyone. Fully support you, and I like what we came up with.
With that, I'll entertain a motion.
Do you move, Trustee Barnes? What they?
And I'll take that as your motion.
And I'll make one. And I would like to make one comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Too, as you were speaking, and I really appreciate all the work that was done by everybody, but I loved hearing, you know, first we heard River City High School students looked at this, and I made a little note, but then a few minutes later, we heard that Yolo and Washington Middle. And so I really appreciated that all of the high school students were involved. I thought that was really lovely. So thank you all for that too. I'll second unless anybody else.
And second from Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. I'll start with Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Okay. Rounding the corner, heading for home. Second read and adoption and revisions to board policy and administrative regulation 7211, developer fees.
Hi, good evening. As mentioned in the title of this item, this is the second read for the developer fee policy. As shared in our last time together, it is mainly cleanup language. Reminder that developer fees are also known as impact fees, and they're charged when residential, commercial, industrial construction projects occur within our school boundaries. And they provide for some funding, typically to help mitigate the impact of additional students within our district. That based upon our last conversation, there is no additional information requested for this particular item, but we are available to answer any questions that may have come about since that time. Thank you.
Sorry, Terry, you had to wait this long for probably very minimal discussion. Mario, is there any public comment?
There is no public comment.
All right. Any discussion from the board? Let's make use of Terry's time.
Terry, how are you doing?
Wonderful, thank you.
What did you do this week?
Just work.
Good to see you. I'm glad that you're still in a tie, at least from the waist up, and a
Right.
shirt. Thank you. With that, if there aren't, I'll entertain. If there's no discussion, I'll move for a vote.
All right. Thank you, Vice President Wong. We have a motion by her, and do we have second by Trustee Barnes? Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas. Aye. I too vote aye. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
And Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
All right, moving on to our last action. Q5, second read and adoption and revision to board policy and administrative regulation 3511.1, integrated waste management. Monique Stovall, Assistant Super Business Services, go ahead.
Okay. Again, this is the second read of the integrated waste management policy. It is basically making sure that we are in line with new regulations. At our last time together, there was a question on how we're currently managing our green waste. And Terry Souza will provide a bit of insight and a summary of what our district policies and practices are at this time.
Thank you. Good evening, President Pizzotti, Board, Superintendent Hildreth, community, and colleagues. So our green waste at this time, we do have toters at all sites for our garden and garden areas. We did a green waste reduction program many years ago. We changed our mowing fleet from a bagging fleet to a mulching fleet. And so I've had to reflect and kind of think through some of this. And then our integrated waste management in general is really supported by all the departments. All the departments have some level of recycling and reuse of obsolete equipment. So everybody, ed service, IT, food services, maintenance operations, we all have a lot. I have a big long list of stuff that we're doing within the district, but I know it's late, so I don't want to run that by everybody. But I do have one special one I'd like to shout out, and it's a pilot program, and it's jointly run with the cooperation of Ed Services, Fiery Gingery Farm, and Food Services. And the FFA students are using waste from the kitchen to supplement the feeding of their FFA pigs. So I thought that was a pretty cool recycle program. So with that, if you don't have any further questions, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Terry. We appreciate it. Mario, is there any public comments?
There is no public comments.
Great, thank you. And Vice President Wong.
Terry, what happens to the pigs after they're fed? And what do they raise them for?
It depends what you name them. Penelope will have a different life than Bacon.
Aw. So on that happy note, I will, if there's, and after discussion, I'm happy to move the item.
Okay. Anybody have any more comments or questions?
I only have one quick question since it came up with green waste, and I'm supportive of this piece moving forward. I know the city just relocated, they're in the process of relocating their corp yard, and they made a comment about having, space with green waste. And so my only piece to this would be when you have your 2x2 meeting, maybe there's some opportunities to work together on some of those pieces. And that's all. And I can second.
All right. So we have a motion by Vice President Wong and a second by Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. And we'll start with Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Or Penelope, aye.
Aye for Bacon. Clerk Venegas. Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
I like Bacon. All right, that measure is adopted. We're we're getting, it's 10 o'clock, we get skippy and things are starting to slide off the rails. We'll go to our board and superintendent comments. I'll start with Dr. Hildreth. Go right ahead.
All right, well, good late evening. Trustees, just wanted to highlight a couple of areas and things that have been happening in the district since our last board meeting. And I would have to, of course, start with thank yous to the community and especially to Principal Billingsley and the staff of River City. Want to acknowledge that the disheartening events that transpired this week at River City High School as the school received anonymous threats resulting in lockdown situations. So for anyone who might be watching or listening who may not be aware, there were anonymous calls that were received by our River City High School staff alleging shooting threats to the campus yesterday and today. The West Sacramento Police Department was contacted immediately to investigate the threats, which have been unsubstantiated at this time. There are several stories circulating regionally and nationally regarding similar threats being directed at schools. Though very troubling to hear, please take comfort in knowing that all our students and staff are safe and that our team, together with the West Sacramento Police Department, handle any threat against school safety with the utmost urgency. So on behalf of everyone in the WUSD family, I want to extend my sincerest gratitude to the West Sacramento Police Department for keeping our community safe. Our partners at WSPD responded immediately, ensuring the highest degree of safety and professionalism throughout this entire process. I would also be remiss if I did not also share my deepest appreciation to all the River City High School staff and administration who responded swiftly, implementing the protocols outlined in their school safety plan and making sure all students and staff were safe while on campus and during supervised dismissal. Our amazing social workers and outreach specialists are also working hard to support our staff and students as an added presence on campus. I hope that everyone in our community will join me in expressing gratitude and appreciation to each of our WUSD, River City High School, and West Sacramento Police Department staff for all their efforts today and yesterday in ensuring the safety of everyone involved. We especially want to thank our families and communities for your trust and understanding during difficult situations like today. So thank you so much to everyone. Next, a couple of communication reminders, and we heard it during a public comment earlier today, that it's so important that we want to emphasize the variety of communication tools available to the entire community to help keep you informed of major decisions and initiatives guiding our district and update you with timely information in emergency situations. So we have our blog style announcement feed that can be found on our homepage. All of our district-wide updates are posted there, including emergency notifications. Each announcement is archived in reverse chronological order, categorized and searchable if something was missed. Our website also features automated language translation. So this is really important things that we want our community to know. Every announcement, including the entire website, can be translated into dozens of languages at the click of a button. All you have to do is locate the translate button in the top left corner of the website and select your preferred language. We also have Catapult Connect, which is our primary mass communications tool to send important messages to our entire school community through a variety of communication channels, including voice, email, text, social media, website, and push notifications. We manage official WUSD social media pages on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, where we post many of the same updates from our blog style announcements feed, especially our emergency updates. And lastly, we have the Washington USD official mobile app, which is the latest addition to our communications platform. This easy-to-use app now brings the most important information directly to your mobile device. All you need to do is download the free app available on the App Store or Google Play. If you have any questions about making sure you get notifications, please reach out to your school site for assistance, and someone will be glad to help make sure that you are able to receive all of the communications needed to stay up to date on what's happening at the school site and within the district. Next slide, please. I'm thrilled to share what is new to our WUSD ways of communication, and that is the Superintendent Student Advisory Council. It's an exciting development that started with our students at River City High School. So last Thursday on October 21st, executive cabinet members and I met with about 50 River City High School students. The students represented leadership, AVID, and other clubs on campus. And the purpose of the Superintendent Student Advisory Council is to engage with students to discuss priorities of the district and to gather student input and feedback. And please know that although it started with our students from River City High School, students from Washington Middle College and Yolo High School will also join in our future discussions. The first meeting was designed to gather input from our students to inform the development of our equity statement for the district, which the board will review at our equity governance workshop on November 9th. So at this meeting, students in grades 9 through 12 were asked to share specific feedback on the strengths and opportunities for improvement at the school and district level. I engaged students in a start, stop, keep protocol, which allows participants to express what is working and what areas need more focus. The students shared their thoughts on racial injustice, representation, gender identity, school violence, college-going culture, respectful treatment of all persons, including student to student and including adult to student respectful treatment, school climate and culture, and the RISE Center. It was the first of many ongoing engagement sessions we will have with these youth to ensure their voices are represented in the work of the district. Other themes in the reviewed feedback included the student-specific requests, such as establishing a new school mantra, restroom accessibility, increased awareness for COVID guidelines, modifications to the hall pass system, and an increase to mental health programs. The students also shared that they enjoy the snack carts and sriracha hot sauce. Next slide. I'm pleased to announce that WUSD is ready to focus on developing and implementing a new equity-centered strategic plan. And we would like to invite you to join us on this journey as a trusted member of our core planning team. Through collaboration with the community, we will use our collective vision and goals for our scholars to come together to create a plan that will be our guide for the next 5 years. The first phase of our strategic plan is the planning phase, which will start next month in November and will include stakeholder feedback. So we're looking for 40 to 150 community stakeholders. It could be school board members, district leaders, teachers, support staff, classified, certificated, students, parents, community leaders, and partners. It's going to require, if you want to be a member of the core planning team, we're asking that you start out with a commitment of a total of 5 to 7 meetings between November through April. The first series of meetings will require 2 consecutive virtual days to establish a strong foundation and dialogue. The meetings are scheduled for November 15th and 16th from 8:30 to 4. Again, the meetings will be virtual. So we have information on the website, Google form where you could put your name and contact information, and we will send further details. We hope that you'll be able to join us, and we thank you in advance for your thoughtful consideration of participating in this important work. Next slide. Just a couple of reminders of upcoming community events this weekend. We are partnering with the City of West Sac for a safe trick-or-treat event, Trick or Treat Street, and it will be held at River City, and it will be from 11 to 1. The setup time is 9 a.m. There will be, we're asking people to pre-register using the Park and Rec Sportsman registration system. There will be themed booths and district staff, city staff, and community to make sure our students have a safe and fun trick-or-treat experience. And then on Sunday, we have Dia de los Muertos community event, which is being sponsored by Yolo County Supervisor Gary Sandy and Councilwoman Norma Alcala. And they're hosting this event on Sunday, October 31st from 10 to 2. There will be food, dancing, music, and it will be held at Bright Park, which is 425 Todd Hunter Street here in West Sac. So lots of fun things to do this weekend. Next slide. And then lastly, an important topic that I know we're all very focused on is the implementation, or if you have questions about youth vaccine, our Yolo County Public Health Officer, Dr. Amy Sisson, along with our Yolo County Superintendent of Schools, Garth Lewis, will be hosting a Facebook Live town hall on Monday, November 1st at 6:30. And Dr. Sisson will be sharing the latest updates about the rollout for COVID-19 vaccines, which we know that their emergency use authorization occurred earlier this week. CDC will be reviewing the recommendations probably November 2nd and 3rd. And so there is a possibility that starting on November 4th, student vaccines may be available. Wherever our schools, we have vaccine clinics at our sites, those vaccines for youth will also be available once that authorization has been shared by the CDC and confirmed by CDPH. So again, please, if you have any questions, you just want to hear the latest information from our medical experts, please make sure you join the town hall, and that information is also on our website. And that's it for me.
Great, thank you, Dr. Hildreth. Trustee Cabrera-Gonzalez.
Thank you. Okay, it is late and I appreciate all that you have said. I don't want to restate too much. So thank you again, though, to the community for all the work and to our partners at West Sac PD for keeping our students and staff safe at River City. I know that this board, before school began, did pass a resolution on gun safety, and with that was sending out a letter to the community. I know that it is up, but it has not landed in email boxes yet. So I ask again that that goes out to our families to remind them about gun safety and proper storage. And the briefly, the homecoming game with River City was such a special moment to see our parents working back in the snack bar again, to see our athletes out, to see they had the theater students come out to do a theatrical display of introducing the new mascot. And of course, we had bands. The middle school band joined the high school band that day. Our cheer teams, the floats they created, it was really just sort of a little bit of everything, that's great in the high school experience. And so a huge thanks to everybody for making that happen and for the dance as well. And it just felt really good to be with our community again in that way. Thanks to everybody for all their heavy lifting on that. And thank you also to all of our staffs that are having some fun right now with Halloween. And I hope that everyone has a safe Halloween. And that is it for me.
Thank you for your brevity. Trustee Barnes.
I also want to recognize the staff at River City High School for the incredible job that you did over the past 2 days, and thank you to the West Side Police Department. I also wanted to recognize how incredible it was to have Hispanic Heritage Month recognized at almost every single school. I thought that was really beautiful, and I loved, even though my girls are in the dual immersion program, it's awesome to see schools, other campuses recognizing as well. And something I never got as a child was like all of the Spanish speaking countries on one map. So they brought home a little project that was really cool. And I just really appreciated that. It was a lot of fun and a good way to kind of move into Dia de los Muertos and then Halloween on October 31st. So I agree. I hope everyone has a safe, fun Halloween. And yeah, happy Halloween. I have my shirt on in case you didn't notice.
Spider web shirt.
I thought about wearing the earrings, but I thought it might be too much.
It's never too much.
It's never, well, okay.
Thank you, Trustee Barnes. Clerk Venegas.
Yes, as always, gracias a todos. Just want to thank you, Dr. Hildreth, for the presentation and everybody that's continuing to work. Again, I'm going to give another special shout out to the parents that are continuously engaging with me throughout the week and asking questions. Right, I think ultimately our job, as what I'm learning, being on the board, is to be a bridge and not a barrier. Right. And getting a lot of engagement from parents, and I think it's really it goes to show that we're continuously building trust, because that's what we want to see in our community. Thinking about the last 2 days and how much we had to trust in our staff and our students and our police department that stepped up and stepped in, and when it comes to the safety of our students, there's nothing like taking action and coming together and working together, and it showed, and it's going to have to continue to show as we move forward. So just putting that faith in our parents, in our staff, in our that we are moving in the right direction. It's an honor to serve on this board with dedicated individuals that I think one of the reasons why this one of my favorite meetings I've been to is, I think the most used word was students, right? And when the most common used, when the word students is the most used word, then that means we're aligned. That means that we are we're taking action on what we say is most important, and that is our students in our community. So, and to the communication piece is maybe something that I'll add for future board agenda items. But just communication is always going to be something that it's continuously working on, and how do we use technology? How do we use different ways to continue to innovate, and also explain our process as you did in that presentation. So thank you for doing that. And yeah, that's it for me. Buenas noches.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Clerk Venegas. Vice President Wong.
Following language, otra lengua, right? Come in Regio, right? Thank you, everybody. Actually, I want to just acknowledge Clerk Venegas for actually being comfortable using bilingual terminology, and just wanting to acknowledge that, because I think it's the first time in a very long time that it's been intentional every single board meeting that happens, because I think, and I hope and I know that parents recognize that and are grateful. So I am just appreciative of everything everybody has done. I won't repeat what everybody has said, but again, I want to say, I mean, Brittany got a lot of love. She was a great leader at River City. I also want to acknowledge that what we did after the intervention is that we didn't highlight is that we had a crisis response team to actually address secondary trauma, but with kids who haven't felt some sort of way, or the adults felt some sort of way being in lockdown, right? And so as part of our protocol is not just making sure that the students were safe in the moment, but safe, emotionally safe days after, right? So I want to acknowledge the entire support team who actually wrapped themselves around the entire community with support from others as well. And so I also wanted to actually invite board members and staff if they wanted to, and through a local church that I'm involved with, that we are actually trying to do projects on 2 sites. Right now, Elkhorn Village as well as River City High School. They happen to be on November 4th. Happen to be the same day. I can't be in 2 places. So if anybody wants to help supervise any one of them, Elkhorn Village or River City, that would be great. So because it just happened to work out that way. So they are very minor projects, but again, in support of maybe some of the things that weren't able to be addressed with the quick strikes and beautification and other things. I just appreciate the district always being open to Hope Week and using our talents and our hands and our feet to improve our schools as a community. I've always heard nothing but great things from our staff who come out and supervise or, you know, and help out the students. And last year, I think a couple years ago, I shared the alumni who come back and actually help beautify their schools. So invite you all to participate. November 4th. Let me know if you're interested. Oh.
November 4th is Thursday.
Oh, November 6th. 6th. Sorry. I am November 4th. I'm out of town. That's why it's on my mind. November 6th, Saturday, November 6th. So thank you for the clarification. It's late and good night.
All right.
I almost left the meeting.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I don't want to, you know, continually echo everybody's comments, but you know, we did see for the last 2 days true leadership, and Principal Billingsley and her staff really did execute the plans to perfection. So I do want to say much gratitude and thanks to Principal Billingsley, but also the staff who followed her lead, right? And also to all of you. But that was something that was very interesting, because something I did see on Facebook was a live recording of all the kids filing out in a single file line going to the Target parking lot, right? The police officers from West Sac PD, they're stopping traffic, making sure everybody came through. It was incredibly well organized, and I really want to say a special thanks to the West Sac PD for their fast and quick response and their immediate and you know, swift handling of the incident, and then the you know, investigating that it could potentially be a nationwide issue. So I do want to say thank you to everyone that was a part of this, teachers, classified, you know, everyone. And I know some of them may have trauma from that, right? Like, it's never good being locked down. But this is something that unfortunately is becoming all too common. Whether it's a hoax or not, it is something we can't become complacent about, because it's that time when you do, when it becomes deadly. And so I do want to say thank you to everyone for following the plan and just completely going step by step by step, and making sure that everybody got out safe and was able to get home. That's all we need to really focus on. So I want to say thank you to everyone. And with that, we'll move on to future board. Oh, wait. Tadadley, I see you on there, and I don't know if you can hear me or not, but I do want to give you an opportunity to make some final comments because you are allowed to. And maybe you want to give us a live version of like what you saw happening. So I'll give you 5, 4, 3. Huh? Oh, okay. Okay. All right. 3, 2, 1. Okay. So we're moving on to future board agenda items. S1, update on available live translation services for meetings to be determined. S2, discussion on future COVID testing options, November 2021. Is there anybody that wants to add? By the way, that's a good item that I've been getting a lot of questions on, is the S2 about that. So people are wanting to know, how are we going to secure future testing? So is there any items that somebody would like to add for a future board agenda? Clerk Venegas, go right ahead.
Yes, and I think you, Dr. Hildreth, you did highlighting the communication piece, but maybe just earlier in the meeting, right? Or like being able to kind of discuss different ways and that we have been adding to our communication, because I think what I heard parents echo is they felt notified. So they got notification, but communication seems to be something that we want to, that requires further discussion. I haven't had every conversation yet, but they were extremely grateful for the notification. They said that was on point. That was executed beautifully. I think the communication piece, just the different ways that they can access that. I guess we can add that and have that conversation.
Okay, thank you. Any others? Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge, or maybe just ensure we're right, since it wasn't on here and we're not meeting before. We do have our equity workshop on November 9th. Am I correct on that? Okay, perfect. So just for public record, we have our equity workshop 4 to 8 on November 9th. And then it's fallen off of here, and probably we're about to cycle back to December, which is when we're supposed to look at it anyways. But the board handbook and maybe the self-evaluation was going to be part of that equity. I'm not sure, but those were 2 pieces that were on there before that are not. And then the only last piece is I would appreciate an update on where we are with possible limited, but volunteers that we can have on campus and utilize in a safe way. But where we can be with some of our volunteers and say our third-party vendors, for example, we have some great partnerships with like YOLO Farm to Park that comes onto our campuses and works with kids. And I know that there's been some challenges there. And although I did see them just recently out at one of our gardens, but letting me know that they've had a hard time with what our volunteer process is versus what other districts are doing, especially if it's outside and masked with our volunteers. So it would be great to get an update on that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Does anybody else have anything? No, seeing and hearing none. That is our final agenda item. Superintendent Hildreth and board, the agenda is clear and we are adjourned.